Yes, sir. All righty. Are we live? We on late, but we are live. UPS made me go to the store late, and that's why I'm on late. But I'm here. Are you here? Even though I'm late, I'm here. Are y'all here? Where you at? Let's get started. Click on that Windows Media, and let's go. Uh-oh. What happened? Hey, Nia. To the show. Welcome to the show. I don't feel like hitting everybody up on Hangouts. The notification went out. Everybody should be here. Alrighty, y'all. I don't know if y'all noticed, we got a new angle and we got a new headset. Y'all like it? 7.1 gaming headset with microphone. So how does the microphone sound? Need y'all to let me know. The UPS man blew it today. I was sitting right here. The man came by and he didn't ring the bell. He didn't leave the package. He left this notice on the door. This notice says apartment B. There are no alphabetical numbers in our development. It's 1, 2, 3 buildings. There are no alphabetical apartment numbers in any of them. So this dude, I don't know if he on the cracky lacky, he on the messy, but he don't see 8 on the package. He see B. There's no bell that says B. He get back in the truck and leave. I call UPS and I tell them there's no reason for that man not to ring that bell. And I tell him on the receipt, he got apartment B. Is the guy on some stuff? They got offended. I said, get offended. The man ain't doing his job. Tell him to bring me my package. I paid for it and I expect to have it. They're going to tell me, well, he'll bring it. No, I don't want to hear that bring it tomorrow. The man messed up. Well, you can pick it up at a location. I can pick it up the night before 8 o'clock. No, the place opened at 7 a.m. That's the next day. You expect me to go drag a chair because this guy ain't doing his job? So they kept saying, well, we're going to have 2 people, and we'll have somebody call you from the center, and they'll tell you what they're going to do. I waited an hour and a half. Now, I mind you that I got a lot done today. I got up today, and I was waiting for 9 o'clock to come so I can call the office and intercept the landlord coming by. I wanted to intercept him before he even thought to come by here. I wanted to intercept him. Okay? I don't know if y'all noticed, but the headset lights up. We got the orange lights going on here. I wanted to intercept him before he came by and started bugging me about going out and getting the rent done. Like I said, y'all see the orange lights? It's an orange light on the microphone too. Am I doing it? Y'all see it? So he sit there and call me at 8:30 talking about I'll be there in 40 minutes. I told him, I said, I hope you ain't coming back for no rent. I still don't have a mailbox key. You still haven't fixed. You know that the person that left here broke the locks, and you know only just the door. You know with the little twist that's on the handle. That's the only lock I have. Somebody can use a credit card and come in and kill me, or just kick the door and come on in. You expect me to pay you rent? So he came by, and we went to the ATM in the parking lot of the market. Of course, they ain't had no money. It's third of the month. They got cleaned out. So we went inside the store, and I got the money from the ATM at the bank in the market. Then he went to Ace Hardware. And while I was in there, I bought an extension cord, but I made a mistake. I didn't, because it was tied together. I thought that it was the 3. It was only 2. So I got to take that back. So he got me, I also told him about the mailbox key. So he got me a new lock for the mailbox. And he got me 2 locks that go by the same key for the door handle, and then a deadbolt. So we got a deadbolt and a new door handle lock. I also told him, because I showed him the place. I said, I cleaned it up like you asked me to do, but this is what's wrong. I said, look at this floor. Somebody messed this floor up, and they tried to put that tile in. And I said, the tile, half the stuff that was in that tub was tiles. At least 25 of them, and they were sticking to the paint. And when I pulled them up, it was pulling the paint up. Because you know them tiles have glue on them. And I said, I can't even take a bath because I'll have paint on my butt. So he got some kind of sealant. And that stuff tearing my lungs up. I'm telling you, that stuff stinks. But that's supposed to seal. And so we shouldn't have no problems. Like I said, I did my laundry, thank goodness, but I want to wash the clothes that I wore today, and I'm letting that tub, letting that sealant dry in that tub so it stick. I don't want to put something in there and then it come up. So I'm trying to be cool and just chill. But so the plan was when I had wanted to get the severe stuff that Chung Lee was talking about. And I looked and I saw I didn't have enough money. But then I realized that when I went to the ATM, they gave me multiples of 20. And so I had to get change from the cashier. And I had a 10. And then I spent $8 on the cord. So the stuff cost 18, the cord, same, So I said, okay, I'll take the cord back and I'll get I'll take the cord back and I'll get the severe stuff. So while I'm putting the cord and the receipt in the bag in the backpack, I get a text message saying attempted delivery. I'm standing right there at the door, get ready to go out of it. Literally was putting it in the backpack, throw the backpack on and grab the bike and go down the steps. So that stopped me. That was like 12 something. So I didn't wind up going to the store until 5. That messed my whole day up. But the headset came. So at least we got something new. And with us doing a video phone call with Chung Lee's help, I was able to adjust the camera because we don't need the microphone anymore. So I took that down, and the camera is on the microphone stand, and I had the light in the camera on the same cell phone holder. So I got the light up there at the cell phone holder, and I got the camera sitting down here at an angle. So do y'all like the new angle? Do y'all like the new angle? See, I can back up. And I just went on and got the headset, so we don't have to worry about the microphone. But y'all let me know how I sound. If I need to turn it up or turn it down some. And we just played some music. How did the music sound? Is everything okay? But so am I too bright? Should I darken it? How do I look? See, we put time into our show. A lot of people just pick up the cell phone or get on the laptop and just come live to you and just use that StreamYards. We try to do something better. Are we skipping? Because we stayed on the band too. And we are doing 2K. So, are we skipping? How are we doing? We haven't dropped any frames yet. So, how are we doing? Let me check the chat. And I guess I should let everybody know we in here before we get started. Yeah, Liz not here. Nia says, oh my. So let's we got a weird topic tonight. I hope y'all ready to chat. I hope I'm not wasting this topic. So let's go ahead and test this. Let's see if it can handle. Let's see if it can handle the 2K. I'm enjoying this new headset. Cause y'all know that song was in 8D. Let me see what other song could we play in 8D? We haven't played this in a while. I'm gonna let everybody know we here on Hangout. So y'all listen to this for a second. Vocal intercourse. You feel better. I'm back with you know I got to say. That music hit me. Better than hit me. It's position. This is what I see. Won't be. Remember they get back to me. It's a thought. But break the men from the voice. Well, if you think you're ready, break your toys and rock. Take it on your rock in the first round. Can you deal with the underground hovers and rap? Tonight, if you can recall, the report, people of you became for that. NWA and other gangster clowns. Remember LL before it started with the house. Remember like she took the seat from her name. She crossed over and her shit went lame. Get the point. Crossing over only lasts for a while. You can't substitute. Flash for shock, especially in of course. You gotta beat yourself. You'll get lost feeling like someone else your big fool. You can't make a transition from stop to stop. You'll get tripped up. It's up a stammer, and I feel like something hard. You'll sound like hammer when you're dealing. There's no food in the pot. The rhymes that I've written circumvent at will. Time at a standstill. So I release it. I got it like that. But don't listen to me. If your style is whack and that you're gonna watch it. Or you might get jacked. Can you weather the storm? I generate the underground sound. I dominate and control. So enter the black hole and get in. You're all scared because you're not prepared. There's no dancers. There's no laser light. Just bring your mic and be ready to fight. 10 rounds of action. Actions of all sorts, so let's engage. Invoke, go intercourse. You can't win. This is a battle of wits and skills. And you hip-hop artists don't fit the field. Those booty rats might work in the streets, but in the underground they pack no heat or sizzle. Leave them on. Federal or middle or north and bend or around the bend. It doesn't matter. I'll spatter those phony ghosts from the grip. And if you sound like an old Hitchcock script, I'll break that fake gangster shit to trash. Get nappy hip hop heads. Pull up your pants and be fair for this anywhere about. Step up so I can knock your ass out. Next up, this is vocal in the chorus. Knowledge coming from the source. The one-man show, I'm the force. You gotta deal with me like Darth Vader. Step to me, I cut you with my saber, cause y'all ain't trash. You ain't jack. Mess with me, you better be strapped. It be a suplex on your neck. You'll get disrespected. There's no protection. I will kill your erection because I knee you in the groin and make it come out the other side. Come on for this ride because I'll beat you down and ain't nothing you can do. I'm not a man. I'm a crew. It's me, Jesus, and God. And I'm going to make you all look like dumb retards. You don't like it. Don't bite it. You better accept it. Don't reject this. Because if I come your way, you better bow and show me respect, or I'm suplexing you on your neck. What you gonna do? Come on, step up. You wanna get rough? You think you tough? I beat you so bad you think that I had enough. Ain't nobody better than the one-man show. You heard what I had to say, so now you know. Boom, boom, Brother Derrick, the one-man show. And if you didn't know, you know now. All righty, y'all. All righty. We got to get these levels right with this new headset. I got to say it, though. 50 millimeter headphones, 7.1. It's worth the money. Don't get them old cheap headsets. Spend some money and get some good ones. Spend some money and get some good headsets. I can vouch for it. I'm telling you. That was fun. But anyway, this is supposed to be the Bible study. I'm sorry, y'all. I got caught up in the moment. Our topic today actually comes from Chung Lee. He sent me some articles on technology that's being worked on in the background that a lot of people don't know about. Now, she said that on Netflix, there's a series about it. I don't have Netflix, so I ain't know what she was talking about. But they said that pretty soon, we already have it. It's just being worked on. Microsoft just put out a patent for software that's going to be able to record what goes on in your brain, your thoughts, your actions, your responses. They're going to be able to record what actually goes on in your brain. And they're going to be able to take those recordings and they can put that into software to where a virtual computer can be you. They're going to invent chat bots. You know how people have bots on YouTube? You know how people say that Tommy Sotomayor, remember Vic said he got all them bots? They're going to be bots that you can chat with, and they'll be able to chat back with you because they will have the brain thoughts and feelings of a real person. So you're going to be able to chat with somebody who's dead. But the bot will be able to have the mannerisms, to have the thought patterns, to give the same answers and the same thoughts as the person who is pretending to be. Now, if you take cloning and you mix them being able to record your brain activity, and they can take your brain activity while you alive, they can put that into the clone. If you can't afford the clone, you can get a robot. Can't afford a robot, you can get a big doll. Like the men had them sex dolls, you can get a big doll and sit it in the corner. And like I was telling Chung Lee, I know a lot of old women who the men, all they did was rock in the corner. And they just, and they're like, yes, dear. You're right there. I see, dear. And you can actually have, if you can't afford a real robot, you can actually have, a dummy sitting in there giving the same responses that your husband that died gave. So it's gonna be a little harder for the men, because the men used to hearing the woman. So you're gonna have to really have a lot of information, into the virtual brain of the clone, the robot, the imitator woman. Because they gotta be able to reduplicate that. Now, my question to that is, to that technology, well, number one, would you do it? Is there a loved one who you couldn't imagine not having in your life? And if you could reduplicate their thoughts and personality and actions, and you could put it into a clone, and they will be sitting right there next to you, hey. Even though you see the urn right there, they'd be sitting right next to it. Would you do it? Would you do it? Would it spook you out to bury somebody and then have them sitting right next to you? Would you do it? Is there, like, if you could bring grandma back, if you could take screenshots of her mind, if you could have them record her mind before she dies, say she's on a deathbed, and could you imagine grandma sitting right there in the chair talking to you? You shouldn't be doing that. If you lose a child, would you have them use the DNA from the dead body to make a clone? And would you photograph the memories of the child? Would you have them put the memories of the child into the clone? Now, if you do decide to do it, we got some articles to look at, but I want to ask y'all opinion. Would you, if your mate was to die in an accident, but you got them, before they died, you got them to record their brain waves and got them to record their actions and their sayings, would you have a clone made of them? And here's my question. Would you make any changes? Because I know some of your ladies will be like, he don't listen to me enough. Would you have them, had a clone sit there and hang on your every word? Would you do that? Or would you want it to be a total clone? Or would you make it what you think your mate should have been? Maybe your mate worked at Burger King, and you say, no, make him think he's a stockbroker. Or make him think he's a doctor. Or make him think he's a lawyer. We can go make us some money. Not taking into account, there's a reason why you couldn't attract somebody that was those things. And what do you think the other women going to say when they see your clone out there making that money? If your clone was fat, do you ask them to make your clone with a six-pack? If your clone whether it's male or female, had a low sex drive, would you ask them to add some extra testosterone or some extra what's the one for the females? Y'all know the estrogen. Would you ask for some extra estrogen or some extra testosterone? And if you do that, are you going to be able to handle it? You're not used to nobody with that. Would that be a disaster? Every time you turn around, they want to go. You like, man, I'm tired. I know, we got to go. Come on. Gotta go. Would you women get bored if you get the clone to listen to your every word? Would you get bored and not get no resistance? It'd be fun at first. They hang on your every word. Yeah, dear. You're right. After a while, you're going to be like, look, man, you ain't got an opinion on your own. Whatever you want, dear. Whatever you need. You're going to be like, man. Some women like to be bossed around. You make a clone you can boss around, you're not going to be happy. Suppose you make the clone so good, the clone don't want you. You ever thought about that? Suppose you make the clone so good, the clone don't want you. The clone say, I can be better than you. Seriously. Yeah, I can be better than you. I'm gone. I'm not going to stick around no more. I'm gone. Now, some of y'all are saying, how does this tie into religion? Well, if y'all decide to do that, is it going to offend God that you messing around with DNA? That you messing around bringing people into the world? Well, that's his job. Will God be offended? If you're a Christian, could you participate in cloning? We're going to look at some articles, but I want to know, anybody have an opinion? If there was a loved one who died, could you really see yourself cloning that person and living with them? Now, for an old lady, it would be easy. Because the old men might go out there, work in the yard for a minute. They might have an old car in the garage they work on. Then they come back in and pick up the paper and they rocking in the rocking chair. And the women just babble the day away. And they just sit there and listen, yeah. Uh-huh. Yes, Agnes. Yeah. Sure enough, Agnes. Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But for younger people, do you need resistance? When every time you want to do something, do you need somebody to say, no, we should do this? Would you get bored? Because I notice women get bored with yes men. They say they want a man to do everything they say, but then they don't want him. The same way a man will say, oh, she's perfect. Look at the hips. Look at the face. Yeah, look at that. I'm going to marry that. And then you marry her and you go, you know what? You got the brains of a toast. Toast is more exciting than you. You just look nice. I'm bored. I want to go. If you made your own clone, would you make the clone the way you want them to look? And then realize you like the original better. For all your complaints, you like the original better. But we tie this to Bible study. When you start messing with genetics like this, where you actually want to make a human being, and then you're going to put a mind into a human being, where's God at? Where's God at? Because, see, God didn't breathe into the animals. He just had Jesus create them. God didn't breathe into the angels. He just had Jesus create them. If you make a clone, it's not going to have a soul. Well, why you say that, Brother Derrick? Because you created it. Are you going to breathe the itty bitty bit of God's breath that you have? Are you going to breathe it into him? If you can figure out a way to breathe our spirit into the clone, are you crossing God? Before somebody say something silly or stupid, let me explain what Brother Derrick is talking about. You are not to eat blood. Why are you not to eat blood? Because the life force, the spirit, is in the blood. When a person dies, the spirit goes back. God takes his spirit back. God takes the life force back. If you drink somebody's blood, before the spirit leaves the actual body, whether it's an animal, whether it's a human being, if you drink the blood before the spirit leaves, you stealing from God. Because you are inhaling or intaking the spirit of another person. Some people say that donating blood is an aberration to God. Now, I have an issue with that because I'm on the fence. Because if you're not dead and you donate blood, the life force is still in you because you're not dead. So does the life force, just even a little bit of it, is that in the blood you donate? Or do you have the force intact until you actually die and then the spirit leaves you? Anybody have a comment on that? Anybody? Hello? It's 6 people here. Hello? Anybody woke? I know it's 10 o'clock at night, but did everybody sleep? You know, I was in the chat last night. Somebody took me there, and it was a car chase. It wasn't like the car chase I showed y'all the other night that was good. This car chase was boring. The guy was going 3 miles per hour. And the LAPD was just following him, and it was boring. But it was 22 people in that chat when I went in there. And I started cracking jokes. And I started making fun of the police and making fun of the guy driving. And I turned around, and people just started coming to the show, and they was talking. I thought to myself, why is it that when I go in somebody's chat, business pick up? How do I generate that to my own chat? When I go in somebody else's chat, business pick up. But my chat don't pick up. What's going on? I was in Jasiga chat. I got Liz and got her to come over. It was 3 of us sitting over there. I started preaching. It went up to 12 and 13. I'm typing in the chat. People are coming in. Why doesn't that happen in my chat? Seriously. It was somebody took me over to a woman named Witty something. She had like 49 people there. I came in and started typing. It jumped to 89. I said, what the hell? Like, why is it when I go on somebody else's chat, the business pick up? Why doesn't it pick up in my own chat room? But anyway, back to our topic. Can somebody explain, would this technology be an abomination to God? We get ready to go look at the technology in a minute. Yes, we are. We're going to go look in a minute. We're going to see what this technology is about. I wasn't going to wear a tie, but then I said, hey, why not? What do y'all think? Do I look pastoral? All right. Hold on a sec, y'all. Let's pull it up. Why am I on this person's chat? Please get me out of here. Oh, I sure hope I ain't say nothing to him. Oh, Lord. Please don't tell me I said that to them. We ain't gonna never hear the end of it. Right there. Let me tell. Wait a minute. Is that the first one? Hold on. All right. All right, y'all ready? Let me see y'all can see it. Yes, you can. All righty. Here you go with that crap again. Let me blow it up. Microsoft could bring you back from the dead as a chatbot. Look at this. How do you close it? How do you close it? I don't want that. Man, get this out of here. How do you get rid of it? Let me do a refresh. And they still won't bring it back. You know you wrong for this. You know you wrong. If I blow it up, can I get rid of it? I just saw it. Nope. There we go. That's a daggone shame. Hey, how you doing? Guess who? Microsoft has filed a patent which raises the intriguing possibility of digitally reincarnating people as a chatbot. Instead of using the conventional method of training chatbots using conversations and material from a wide sample of users, Microsoft patent, as spotted by Uber Gizmo, raises the possibility of creating a chatbot from the output of a specific person. The system will use social data such as images, voice data, social media posts, electronic messages, and written letters to build a profile of a person. The social data may be used to create or modify a special index of the theme of the specific person's personality, the patent states. The special index may be used to train a chatbot to converse and interact in the personality of a specific person. The chatbot could even sound like the real person, and some aspects of voice font of the specific person may be generated using recordings and sound data related to the specific person, the patent claims. What's more, a 2D, 3D model of the specific person may be generated using images, death information, and or video data associated with the specific person. Dead or alive, Microsoft patent isn't particularly fussy about who might be chosen to be the subject of one of its chatbots, stating that the subject could be dead or alive. The specific person who the chatbot represents may correspond to a past or present entity or version thereof, such as a friend, a relative, an acquaintance, a celebrity, a fictional character, a historical figure, a random entity, etc. The specific person may also correspond to oneself. For example, the user creating training the chatbot. The patent adds raising the possibility of people training up a digital version of themselves before they die. The patent emphasizes the degree to which this chatbot will be trained to the individual's personal traits, in particular, the conversational attributes of the person, such as style, diction, tone, voice, intent, sentence dialogue length, and complexity, topic, and consistency. If the chatbot doesn't have enough data to provide an answer on a specific topic, crowdsourced conversational data stores may be used to fill in the gaps, which is almost literally putting words in people's mouths. The patent also deals with the tricky issue of handling profiles of the dead, suggesting that the bot may even be conscious, for want of a better word, that is imitating a dead person. For example, if a bot were asked a question about an event that took place after they died in real life, such questions may indicate that the specific person represented by the personalized personality index, example, the deceased relative, possesses a perceived awareness that she is in fact deceased. So the bot will know that it is replacing a dead person. The idea of reincarnating people as chatbot obviously raises all manner of privacy implications that aren't discussed in the patent, which is by nature concerned with the technical workings of the system. For example, will people be given the right to opt out of such a system? Will the relatives of the dead be able to prevent others from turning their deceased ones into chatbots? Such questions are, of course, moot until Microsoft or someone else delivers a working prototype. But it might not be the case for much longer that your personality dies with you. So Microsoft is working on chatbots where you can talk to them and they will have the internal and the knowledge of the dead person. And they'll know that they are mimicking a dead person. They'll know it. But they asked a good question. Would you be okay with one of your relatives being brought back? Now, they were just talking about a chatbot. But if they can do that with a chatbot, why can't they do that with a clone? Guess who said great subject so your soul don't die? Guess who said I'm in, I would do it all. Let's get to the next article here. Will your uploaded mind still be you? The day is coming when we will be able to scan our entire consciousness into a computer. How will we coexist with our digital replicas? How do we get way down here? These daggone ads get on my nerves. All right. Imagine a future in which a machine can scan your brain and migrate the essentials of your mind to a computer. It's called mind uploading. preserving a person's consciousness in the digital afterlife. As a neuroscientist, I'm convinced that mind uploading will happen someday. There are no laws of physics that stand in the way. It depends, however, on technology that has not yet been invented. So nobody knows when mind uploading might become available. The brain relies on an elegant underlying principle, a simple working part. The neuron is repeated over and over to create complexity. The human brain contains about 86 billion neurons interconnected by 100 trillion synapses. Information flows and transforms through those vast connected networks in complex and unpredictable patterns, creating the mind. To upload a person's mind, at least two technical challenges would need to be solved. First, we would need to build an artificial brain made of simulated neurons. Second, we would need to scan a person's actual biological brain and measure exactly how its neurons are connected to each other to be able to copy that pattern into the artificial brain. Nobody knows if those two steps will really recreate a person's mind or if other subtler aspects of the biology of the brain must be copied as well. But it's a good starting place. The first technical challenge is all but solved. Engineers already know how to create artificial simulated neurons and connect them together through synapses. We can simulate networks of thousands or even millions of neurons. The modern wonders of artificial intelligence, like Siri or self-driving cars, depend on large artificial neural networks. Simulating the brain with 86 billion neurons is a little beyond current technology, but probably not for long. Computer technology is always improving. The second challenge is much harder. A team of scientists at Albert Einstein College of Medicine recently used an electron microscope to map the complete connectome, the pattern of connectivity among our neurons in a roundworm, a tiny creature that has about 300 neurons. The task required almost 10 years. It's a milestone, but to upload a human brain, we probably want a scanner that doesn't kill the subject. We would need it to scan about 100 million times as many details. That technology doesn't yet exist. The most wildly optimistic predictions place mind uploading within a few decades, but I would not be surprised if it took centuries. However long the technology takes, it seems to be a part of our future. So it's worth taking a moment now to think about the implications. What will mind uploading mean for us philosophically and morally? Suppose I decide to have my brain scanned and my mind uploaded. Obviously, nobody knows what the process will really entail, but here's one scenario. A conscious mind wakes up. It has my personality, memories, wisdom, and emotions. It thinks it's me. It can continue to learn and remember because adaptability is the essence of an artificial neural network. Its synaptic connections continue to change with experience. Me, that is, simulated me, looks around and finds himself in a simulated video game environment. If that world is rendered, well, it will pretty much look like the real world, and his virtual body will look like a real body. Maybe Me is assigned an apartment in a simulated version of Manhattan, where he lives with the whole population of other uploaded people in digital bodies. Me can enjoy a stroll through the digitally recorded city on a beautiful day with always perfect weather. Smell, taste, and touch might be muted because of the overwhelming bandwidth required to handle that type of information. By and large, however, Me can think to himself, oh, that upload was worth the money. I've reached the digital afterlife. It's a safe and pleasant place to live. May the computing cloud last indefinitely. But what does the biological me think? I leave the scanning facility feeling like I wasted my money. I'm just as mortal as I was when I walked in. Sure, somewhere in the cloud, a copy of me exists. I could even have a phone conversation with that copy and argue over who is the real me. But in the end, bio me feels cheated. Philosophically, what is the relationship between me and bio me? One way to understand it is through geometry. Imagine that my life is like the rising stalk of the letter Y. I was born at the base, and as I grew up, my mind was shaped and changed along a trajectory. One day I had my mind uploaded. At that moment, the Y branches. There are now two trajectories, each one convinced that it's the real me. Let's say the left branch is the sim me and the right branch is the bio me. The two branches proceed along different life paths with different accumulating experiences. The right hand branch will inevitably die. The left hand branch can live indefinitely, and in it, the stalk of the Y will also live on as memories and experiences. Have I really achieved digital immortality? The heart of the problem lies in that word really. Neither one of us is the real me. We form an extended branching geometry. That geometry might not stop at two branches either. One could imagine a much more twiggy tree that is still collectively me. The idea of the individual would need to be revised or thrown out entirely. It's a hard world to think about with any intuitive comfort because, of course, nobody has experience with it yet. We're all used to going to sleep at night, experiencing a form of little death, and then waking up as someone who is 99% but not exactly the same. We don't obsess over whether yesterday's me died and a new person has been foisted on in its place. We're also used to the process that we don't think about it much. With mind uploading, we had to get used to a different concept of the continuity of life. In science fiction, the philosophical conundrum of branching geometry is usually conveniently avoided. For example, in the movie Tron 1982, arguably the first really real popular mind uploading fantasy, when a person enters the digital world, his physical self magically disappears. And when he leaves the digital world, his physical self reappears. That way, you never had to think about two of him at the same time. In The Matrix 1999, each person only has one mind that can experience the physical world or be plugged into the simulated world of the Matrix. This kind of gimmick is a clever storytelling device that makes the fantasy digestible to the modern mind. But when mind uploading arrives for real, we will have to adjust the personhood as something more like a data file that can be duplicated and morphed into multiple versions. Let's think through the implications even further. Technologically, there is nothing to stop send me from connecting to the real world, calling or Skyping, keeping up to date on the latest news, day trading, or remote conferencing. Send me may live in Sim Manhattan with other uploaded minds, but with my personality and memories, he will love my family just as I do and will want to interact with them. Send me will have the same political views and want to vote. He will have the same intellectual interests and want to return to the job he remembers and still loves. He'll want to be a part of the world. And what will stop him? He may live in a cloud with a simulated instead of physical body, but his leverage on the real world will be as good as anyone else's. We already live in a world where almost everything we do flows through cyberspace. We keep up with friends and family through text and Twitter, Facebook, and Skype. We keep informed about the world through social media and internet news. Even our jobs, some of them at least, increasingly exist in the electronic space. As a university professor, for example, everything I do, including teaching lecture courses, writing articles, and mentoring young scientists, could be done remotely without my physical presence in the room. The same could be said of many other jobs: librarian, CEO, novelist, artist, architect, member of Congress, president. So a digital afterlife, it seems to me, wouldn't be a separate place, utopian or otherwise. Instead, it would become merely another sector of the world inhabited by an ever-growing population of citizens just as professionally, socially, and economically connected to social media as anyone else. In that imagined future, who would accumulate the most power? One possible answer is the people who live in a simulated world. They've already built a lifetime of political and economic connections. Once uploaded, they'll have centuries to accumulate more resources and to expand their empires of influence. People who live in the physical world will be mere neophytes. In comparison, biological people will become a larval stage of human, each of them aspiring to be among the lucky few who are allowed to metamorphose into the immortal elites that own the world. A second possible answer is that the most powerful people will be those who control access to the simulated world. Think about how religions work. People at the top tell you if you behave well, you'll enter heaven, and if you behave badly, you'll end up in eternal punishment. A lot of wars have been fought based on that kind of motivation. We're told that suicide bombers are promised rewards in the afterlife, and yet religious demagogues offer an afterlife that can't be objectively confirmed. It's a it's an insubstantial carrot and stick. Imagine the coercive power of an afterlife that is directly confirmable. The public could Skype with people who are in a digital heaven, and if the technology turns very dark in the digital hell, advertisers have known for a long time that nothing convinces people as powerfully as personal testimonial. Imagine if we all had access to the testimonials of people actually in the afterlife. Now imagine a political leader who offers that objectivity, confirmably confirmable heaven in return for loyalty and hell in return for betrayal. At that point, the gatekeepers of the digital afterlife gain a level of power that's impossible for anyone today to really understand. And yet, in the future, with mind uploading, a future with mind uploading may not be entirely dark. It would allow for the accumulation of wisdom. Currently, we can accumulate knowledge. The invention of writing 5,000 years ago gave us primary tool for transgenerational accumulation of knowledge. It also gave us the modern world. But a wise, thoughtful mind has never been able to live across generations. Mind uploading will give us a powerful new way to accumulate skill and wisdom. It can cause as much of a change in a human. And mind uploading will give us a more remarkable benefit. Currently, we are not a spacefaring species, and it's hard to imagine how we ever can be. Our bodies are fragile. The cosmic rays that permeate space are toxic to us, and we don't live long enough to go anywhere interesting. The fastest rockets today will take about 50,000 years to reach Alpha Centauri, the nearest star. Yet all of these obstacles could be overcome by mind uploading. We can have whole colonies of minds keeping each other company in a virtual environment, sent off to explore the galaxy without any intrinsic limit of time or space. The only way for us to become a truly spacefaring civilization might not be by building a spaceship environment to house the human body, but by building a platform to carry the human mind. Arguably, mind uploading is humanity's most obvious path into a deep future unburdened by our mortality or the fate of our terrestrial home. All right, let's check the chat out. Man, that was a long article. Nia said, you're allowed one soul per body. Nia says a clone will be like a zombie. Guess who said your soul is transferred this way? Guess who said you live forever? Amen. Guess who said most likely for the rich now? Guess who said the question would be, will we get tired of living forever? Mother Kwama said space travel long distances no longer matter. Yes, the one thing that it didn't touch on that I was thinking about is, what if the virtual world tried to take over the biological world? Unless you pull the plug, people in the virtual world don't die. Unless you pull a plug on them, they don't die. They go on forever. Guess who said wormholes make long distance travel possible? All right, y'all. I'll give y'all an example. I'll give you an example. Let's look at great men that have died. Can you imagine if Albert Einstein was still alive? Can you imagine if they was able to make a virtual Albert Einstein, and in the digital world, he was still creating inventions? Can you imagine if, could you imagine if what was the name of the guy that made the predictions? Y'all know what I'm talking about? The guy who predicted 9/11. Y'all know who I'm talking about? I can't think of his name. He predicted 9/11. He predicted Hitler. He predicted Napoleon. Y'all know what I'm talking about? Could you imagine if somebody was able to reduplicate his mind? Could you imagine if he was still making predictions, but in the virtual world? And see, the virtual world, they can live just as we live, except they don't die. Guess who says we live in a computer simulation now? Who's to say we aren't already dead? But y'all remember the movie I, Robot with Will Smith? Remember when they turned all the power over to that big computer, and then the big computer made all the robots that were supposed to be waiting on people. It made them imprison the people. Could the virtual world actually imprison the biological world? Because people in the biological world, they die. But people in the virtual world never die. And if people in the virtual world could put hits on people in the biological world, that every time somebody's smart enough to think, hey, pull a plug on the digital world, they just kill them. And then we have to keep waiting for somebody to be born to figure out how to stop the people in the digital world while they never die and they just keep crushing. You know, almost like the devil was waiting for Jesus to come. And he killed all those firstborn babies of the Israelites. In the same way that the Pharaoh, when he heard that Moses was coming, it was going to be the firstborn child. He killed all the firstborn childs, but the mother hid him as long as she could, and then she put him in the basket in the Nile, and then Pharaoh's daughter found Moses. What we had to have another like Moses, where somebody, somebody from the digital world would protect a baby. You know what I mean? Yeah. Because if we have no way to stop them, you know what I'm saying? So that's something interesting. I mean, the good side would be people who have great contributions sometimes don't live long enough. And then after they die, somebody come across something, and then they say, man, I wish they were still here. They would do something with this. Like, could you imagine the brothers, the Wright brothers, if they were in the virtual world and they see the airplanes we got today, and they go, man, we designed the first airplane, and you stopped doing this, and you stopped doing that. Could you imagine what they could bring if they were still alive, Could you imagine if there was a virtual Jesus, if there was a virtual Moses, if there was a virtual St. Paul, if there was a virtual Elijah or Elisha or the great prophet Samuel? Could you imagine if there was a virtual one and we could still be taught and be led by those old prophets of God? Would we be in the way we are today? Yeah, I said Einstein in the beginning. Guess who? Imagine if Einstein was still alive. Could y'all imagine it? Imagine if some of the great leaders were still alive? Could you imagine if George Washington was still alive? Could you imagine if General Patton was still alive? You know, could you imagine if Bill Gates, there was a virtual Bill Gates who could keep creating stuff? The man who invented the computers. Can you imagine if he was in a virtual world? But the thing is, who would be the God of the virtual world? Oh yeah, great doctors. You right, guess who? Great surgeons. Life-saving doctors. Could you imagine if they were alive in the virtual world? How they can help us now? You know? Can you imagine Muhammad Gandhi and great philosopher? Can you imagine if Martin Luther King, if Malcolm X were in the virtual world? Could you imagine? For the Muslims, when Farrakhan died, could you imagine if Farrakhan was in the virtual world? Could y'all imagine? Imagine a Dr. Fauci was in the virtual world. Guess who said Bill Gates owns Microsoft? I I didn't want to misspeak. I thought that Bill Gates owned Microsoft, but I wasn't sure. I know the man that made the Apple computer, he died, right? I didn't want to get them mixed up. The man that made the first Apple computer, he died, right? That's why I didn't want to get them mixed up. You know, a lot of people be into that conspiracy stuff. You know, I don't fool with that. I don't deal with what I think. I deal with what I know. Somebody will say, I have a feeling about that. Everybody got feelings. Tell me what you know. If you can't tell me what you know, then it ain't worth listening to. Yeah, Nia says Steve Jobs. Yeah. I was getting them two mixed up. That's why I didn't want to look stupid. Imagine if Steve Jobs was still alive. Mm-hmm. Can y'all imagine if they was in the virtual world and they were pulling strings of us here in this world because they don't die? Imagine if they don't die. But my question is, who would be the God of their world? Would they still honor our religions? Or would they create their own? And what would God think about us creating a virtual reality? We ain't paying God no mind right now. You imagine if we made a whole other world? And in that virtual world, like they said, they could go to space. They literally can make as many mistakes as they need to make because they don't die. They could try to go to virtual space and they have an accident and come crashing back down. They get right back up, but they're not real. But in that realm, they're real. And just like, guess who said maybe the computers? Just like I said about the iRobot. Suppose the computers link up Because we got the computers controlling all the electricity. They control all the gas and electric and everything. The computers control the flights. The computers control the cars. They got computers in the cars now. They could literally take over the computers and make the computers turn against us. You get in your car and your car take you where you want to go. You don't drive the car drive you. And they're making cars now. They have cars that drive now. Imagine the car holds you hostage. It lock its doors and lock you in. And take you off a cliff. What could you do? Trying to jump out the window? This is technology. I don't think we should be messing with this. What do y'all think? I don't think we should be going far. You imagine if Socrates was still alive and he was in the virtual world. Could you imagine the Romans that convinced everybody that they were Jesus? Can you imagine if they was alive in the virtual world, what kind of havoc they'd be running? Guess who says computer run things on Earth and in space? Yes, that's why I said if the people in the virtual world was able to convince the computers to join with them, they could hold us hostage. You know, because a lot of the newer jails, the computers control who come in and who come out. They open the doors up. Suppose somebody said, I'm going to go stop the virtual world. I'm going to go cut the power off. And they was able to lock them somewhere and you couldn't get out because the computers control the locks. They control all the gates and you wouldn't be able to get in there. And they can let you in and then lock the doors and trap you and hold you there until you die. Gotta have food and water. The computers could literally, because they not gonna die, they literally could starve us. We not really growing the food. We getting it from China and Mexico. We getting our stuff made in Malaysia and other places. We're not creating anything, especially food-wise. Most of our jobs are serving food, cooking it and serving it, driving the truck to deliver the food to be cooked and served. Suppose they was able to stop the trucking, the ships are run by computer. You be out there in a daggone canoe or rowboat trying to get some goodies. Or is Microsoft going someplace we don't need to go? Because if they could clone you, everybody has weaknesses. Would the clones in the virtual world have the same weaknesses? Like if any of y'all have ever watched those shows where they show the celebrities in real life, y'all realize some of them don't get up till 2, 3 in the afternoon. Some of them got maids and butlers that do everything for them. Could you imagine if in the virtual world, the people did everything perfectly? Would they be able to get us? Would they need sleep in the virtual world? Could they wait till we fall asleep and then do stuff to us? And we wake up and don't know they done it? And they have control over us? Guess who says, don't they mentally control us already? He says they already have. I don't think we should go down this road. What do y'all think? I think this is just too spooky. I don't know if it's okay to show this, but I'll edit it out. Hopefully, we don't get knocked down. But if they just copyright us, I'll take a chance. But look at this clip that Chung Lee sent. It's called Black Mirror. All right, now let's pause that. It's called Black Mirror, and it's uploaded by Channel 4. It's uploaded by Channel 4. They got 1.69 million subscribers. So they shouldn't care. But you know, but this is Channel 4. They got 6 million subscribers. They shouldn't care. But you know, some people just greedy. But hopefully they don't flag us. This is Channel 4's Black Mirror. Let's check it out. I'm not going to show a full screen. Make sure y'all can see it. I ain't going to show a full screen, and hopefully they won't flag us down.
I know he's dead, but I can sign you up to something that helps. It will let you speak to him. And don't worry, you won't even have to do anything. I'll just... You click the link and you talk to it. It mimics him. It reads through all the things they've ever said online. The more it has, the more it's him.
So, how am I sounding?
You sound just like him.
This might sound a bit creepy. There's another level to this available. It's starting already. Don't put the battery on.
A brand new series of Charlie Brooker's Black Mirror starts the 11th of February on 4.
All right. I hope they don't flag us for that, but that's an example. That's an example of how you could be missing somebody and you try to make a clone of them, and then you realize the clone might have the attributes and might look like the person, but eventually they going to have their own mind. And this is why I said earlier to you ladies who, you know, women, when they get into their 40s and 50s, women like to have sex. Most men are animals in their 20s. In their 20s, women trying to get money and go places. And they use the fact that men have that high virility to get us to do all kinds of things so that they can get we can get what we want. When we get older, you know, we start hitting that midlife crisis. We want motorcycles and other things. We ain't really chasing y'all. And y'all start revving up. And it's like a clash. So suppose you say, I'm going to make the clone of my husband, but I'm going to give him a high sex drive. Suppose you can't keep up with the clone, and the clone has to go find other women. Would you be okay with that? Y'all understand what I'm saying? Would you be okay if you can't satisfy the clone? And see, men would say, yeah, I'm going to make her younger and make her more vibrant. And you old, are you going to be able to keep up? She don't know what to do nothing. And this person went to go bungee jumping and rock climbing and go out there in a safari and go out there and mess around with the real animals. And are you going to want to do that? Nia says, cryonics is similar, frozen until a cure can bring you back to life. But suppose they can take DNA from your frozen body, thaw it, and make a clone of you. and take parts of your brain, and they're able to create a brain similar to your brain, and they make a being that's like you. But then what happens if something go wrong? And like, suppose you had a teenager that died, and you had them cloned. Suppose something go haywire, and the teenager kill everybody in the house. Or suppose you got 5 girls, and you have 1 boy, and he die, and you clone him. Suppose he molests all 5 of the girls, and then go out there and molest all the nieces and cousins and nephews. And with this is something that we don't need to get into. I think we don't need to get into this. Whether it's in the virtual world or whether it's in the real world, I don't think we should be programming. You should come do your 75, 80 years on this planet and go on. You know? I don't know if we should get into that. What do y'all think? This is a real weird issue. This is kind of long. But I'll take a look at it. We'll see. I'll read some of this. But I'll put the link in the chat. If y'all want to read this yourselves, I'll read some of it. That's the chat right here. It's mind uploading. Mind loading, also known as whole brain emulation, is the hypothetical futuristic process of scanning a physical structure of the brain accurately enough to create an emulation of the mental state, including long-term memory and self, and copying it to a computer in digital form. The computer would then run a simulation of the brain's information processing such that it will respond in essentially the same way as the original brain and experience having a sentient conscious mind. Substantial mainstream research in related areas is being conducted in animal brain mapping. Let me blow this up so I can see it. There we go. Where we at? In animal brain mapping and simulation, development of faster supercomputers, virtual reality, brain-computer interfaces, connectomics, and information extraction from dynamically functioning brains. According to supporters, many of the tools and ideas needed to achieve mind uploading already exist or are currently under active development. However, they will admit that others are as yet very speculative, but say they are still in the realm of engineering possibility. Mind uploading may possibly be accomplished by either of 2 methods: copy and upload, or copy and delete by gradual replacement of neurons, which can be considered as a gradual destructive uploading until the original organic brain no longer exists and a computer control program emulating the brain takes control over the body. In this case, the former method, mind uploading, will be achieved by scanning and mapping the salient features of a biological brain, and then by storing and copying that information state into a computer system or another computational device. The biological brain may not survive the copying process or may be deliberately destroyed during it in some variants of the upload. The simulated mind could be within a virtual reality or simulated world supported by an anatomic 3D body simulation model. Alternatively, the simulated mind could reside in a computer's inside or either connected to or remotely controlled, not necessarily humanoid, robot, or biological or cybernetic body. Among some futurists within the part of transhumanist movement, mind uploading is treated as an important proposed life extension technology. Some believe mind uploading is humanity's current best option for preserving the identities of the species as opposed to cryonics. Another aim of mind uploading is to provide a permanent backup of our mind file to enable interstellar space travel and a means for human culture to survive a global disaster by making a functional copy of human society in a computing device. Whole brain emulation is discussed by some futurists as a logical endpoint of the topical computational neuroscience and neuroinformatics fields, both about brain simulation for medical research purposes. It is discussed in artificial intelligence research publications as an approach to strong AI, artificial general intelligence, and to at least weak superintelligence. Another approach is seed AI, which wouldn't be based on existing brains. Computer-based intelligence, such as an upload, could think much faster than a biological human, even if it were no more intelligent. A large-scale society of uploads might, according to futurists, give rise to technological singularity, meaning a sudden time of constant decrease in the exponential development of technology. Mind uploading is a central conceptual feature of numerous science fiction novels, films, and games. Man, that's a handful. The link to that is in the chat if y'all want to check it out. Guess who said laugh out loud, give her one day, they will have your mind clipped and modify yourself too. He said, they do it to humans too, I am sure. She said, Walt Disney was frozen. Well, he had the money. Never know, one day that technology might come. But like I said, is it a good thing? That's the question. Whew. But nobody asked the question. Answer the question. What would God say if we started messing with the brains and we actually created another world than the world that he created? Because the virtual world will be a world that we created. Not a world that he created, a world that man created. What would God do if we were to create a whole different other realm? Would God have to take action? And if we created a virtual realm and we could, you know how people use them, when the people want to see a 360 or 3D video and they put on the helmet and the goggles and the headphones and they go in and you know what I'm talking about? If we could create a world where we didn't even want to be in this world, we would be like sitting somewhere with a helmet on and being in that world. Would that world be able to come back and destroy us in this world? Because we all would be with our phones on and with the goggles on, and we all be sitting there looking at them. They could come from the backside and take us out. So do y'all think that this is something that we should mess with, or should we leave it alone? It's 8 people here. How come only guess who is commenting? said, God can come back and destroy it if he doesn't like it. Good point. Guess who? Yeah, VR, virtual reality. Suppose we created a whole nother virtual reality where we could go into that virtual realm and we could do things that physically we can't do. Suppose you wanted to be a basketball star. Suppose you wanted to be a football star. Suppose you wanted to be a singer. Suppose you wanted to be a rapper. All right, y'all, hold on. It's saying that, wait a minute, let me take the OBS. We haven't dropped any frames. It's saying the bit rate is too low. Hold on, that's weird. Normally, they saying it's too high. So I'm going to change the output. Hold on, y'all. We're going to go to 4350 and see what happens. Let's go to 4350 and see what happens. Let's see if we stay stable. I took it up to 4350. So how we looking? How are we looking? Let me see. I know somebody didn't say something about cloning God. Pull the chat up. Mother Farmer said, clone God then. Guess who said, why not, Mother? You think the virtual God could deal with the real God? That'd be something. I smite you, and I smite you back. Guess who said God don't like it? He can destroy the clone too. Can you kill something that's virtual? Even if you shut down the power source of the virtual world, somebody can always come reactivate it. God would have to hide it someplace nobody could find it. Because if the devil will find his way there, he gonna reactivate it. Y'all remember yesterday I told you I don't like comic books because the heroes never get rid of the villain. How could you get rid of a virtual villain if they never existed, really? How do you kill something that never really existed? You might can cut the power source off, like you said, unplug it. But how do you keep somebody from coming back and replugging it back up later on? Like, how many of y'all watch Friday the 13th, part 1, part 2, part 3, part 4, part 5, part 6, part 7? Why was it that somebody always came and reactivated Jason? Y'all understand what I'm saying? Somebody always came and reactivated Jason. Suppose somebody did create the virtual world and we were able to unplug it, as guess who said. How we know that somewhere down the line somebody won't come plug it back up and start it all over again? And we going along la-di-dee, la-di-da, and all of a sudden one day, boom. Guess who said comics about the good and evil and everyone? Yeah, but how come the hero never get rid of the villain? He only put him on ice for a little bit, and then he come back and do it all over again. That's why I never liked comic books. There was never no end. You know, be honest with you, it's like, how come we can't never trap that daggone devil? Can we trap the devil in the virtual world? In the virtual world, can we beat the devil up? like, man, sit down somewhere. Nia said she'd be right back. All right. Hurry back, Nia. I know I just typed something, but I didn't show up. There it is. All right. Like I said, we doing pretty good on band 2. Even though this antenna is set up for band 13, we doing pretty good on band 2. We haven't had no problems, no cutoffs, no anything. And it's doing 4.8, 4.6, 4.5. I got it on 4.35 or 4.35 megabit. So we doing good. 4.394, 4.93. I'm very impressed. Guess who said the good and the bad is really the same person? I don't know. It just seemed like the superhero don't want to get rid of the villain, so you always need him. Because, see, the hero catch him. Then he hand him over to us. And the villain always gets away from us and comes back to do damage. Y'all understand what I'm saying? The villain always gets away and then comes back to do damage. And then the hero has to come and save us again. How come the hero can't destroy the villain and then we have peace? Because, see, then we don't need the villain. I mean, we don't need the hero. If the heroes got rid of all the villains, we would need the hero. The hero wouldn't be special, would he? The hero would be like an old basketball player or an old football player that y'all see in the commercials, and you'd be like, man, sit down somewhere, man. Your time is gone. We don't need you no more. We don't need you. You got rid of everybody. Retire. Go sit somewhere and shoot. We tired of seeing you fly around, Superman. We know you can fly. How you doing? Sit down somewhere. You know, that's what it'd be like. Have a seat. Take it easy and take it slow. And go where you got to go. Tell them. Say, go where you got to go. Tell them, take it easy. Say, take it easy. Are the lights of this headset doing anything? Let me see. Do they flicker? Oh, yeah. They do flicker. Oh, you had to move your head. Oh, whenever you move, the lights flicker. Okay, that's pretty cool. On this side, too? Okay, that's pretty cool. Guess who said comic books are metaphors? You said that the battle between good and bad within yourself. Well, actually, that is a true statement. When Adam and Eve bit of the apple, before they bit of the apple, they were happy-go-lucky. They didn't care about nothing. Everything was done for them. Everything was given to them. They didn't care about nothing. They called the animals. The animals came running over. Can I help you? You know, well, what can I help you with? They walking around butt naked and didn't care. But Eve wasn't satisfied. unfortunately, our women ain't never satisfied. Had paradise, wasn't satisfied. And they brought sin into the world. There was no sin before then. They brought the sin into the world. And unfortunately, we where we at today. But having a virtual world where you could escape, you know, the same way people play Dungeons and Dragons, and you got people that got the Star Trek, you know. These people actually create a world where in that world they somebody. I don't want to be at the mercy of those people. They can't deal with real reality. But if we start messing with that virtual reality, you know, you're right. Because if I was Adam, I would have slapped the heck out of Eve. Yeah, I'm sorry. Right, you must have lost your mind. You heard the man say, don't touch that tree. With all the stuff we got here, you had to go get that tree. What the heck is wrong with you? God, send me and make me another one. Get this one out of here. That's what I would have done. Then what would y'all have done? That's a good question right there. If you were Adam and Eve came to you and said, ooh, this apple is so good. See, God was lying. He didn't want us to have this. This is the best thing here. That other stuff that he gave us was nothing. You got to try this. Ooh, child. What would you have said if you was Adam? Give me your honest truth. If she told you it was so good and she got all this knowledge and she knows stuff you don't know, would you have said, get out my face? Would you have told Eve, get out my face? You gonna die. You were told not to touch it. Get out of here. Yeah. God, where you at? God, make me another one. Put me to sleep, take another rib, and make me another one. This one got to go. That's what I would have said. Now, y'all tell me, what would y'all have said? Be honest. Be honest. If you were Adam and you were superior to Eve, and Eve came to you and said, man, I know so much stuff now, and this is so good. This is why God ain't want us to have it. Woo-hoo, he was keeping this from us. Let me tell you. Guess who said I would have tried it? I'd have slapped Eve across her grill. You must have lost your mind. That would have been the first domestic violence. That would have been the first case of domestic violence ever recorded. Well, I'd have slapped her right across her lips. And I'd have called God and said, come get this thing and bring me a better one. Put me to sleep, take a rib from the other side, not from the same side, because you might give me the same thing again. Take one from the other side. Maybe the left side better than that. Do something. But I need a companion, but I don't need this. I need somebody that's going to work with me down here. I don't need somebody that's working against me. You listen to that daggone serpent over there. You need to go over there and get him too. That's what I would have said. Guess who said, because I would not have no knowledge yet. Well, you didn't have the knowledge, but you knew. All the animals came straight to you. If you wanted to kill an animal and eat it, you call it. And the animal will come lay down in front of you and let you kill it. Now, the animal trying to kill you while you trying to kill them. They trying to eat you while you trying to eat them. Shoot. They ain't had nothing but fruit. We got to sit here and work the ground. The ground fighting us. Leave me alone. I ain't making you no fruit today. I don't care how much you rake me. I don't care how many seeds you plant. I don't feel like making you nothing. Eat some meat. See, they was better off without the knowledge. All their needs were met. How much money you spend on clothes? Guess who? How much money you spend on shoes? Wouldn't need it. How much money you spend on rent or your mortgage? They ain't had no house. They didn't need it. I don't even think it rained on them. But they had water. If they didn't eat the animals, then why did Cain kill Abel? If they didn't eat animals, why did Cain kill Abel? Cain grew fruit and vegetables. Abel worked with the animals. If they wasn't eating them, why was he raising them and working with them? Why was he sacrificing them so that he could burn the fat for God? Because God liked the smell of the fat burning on the grill or the altar or whatever you want to call it. Well, you said, how you know they wasn't doing it beforehand? You said it was after the garden, so after eating the fruit, they said, hey, let's eat the animals too. There's no record of that, so that's we're gonna have to leave that right there. Cause there's no proof. So you saying that until after they ate the apple, it never occurred to them to eat the animals. That what you saying? But after they got the knowledge, then they said, Adam and Eve lived 900 and something years. They both lived almost 1,000 years, and they had perfect bodies. Okay? There are women that have 8 kids. It ain't even 40 yet. Can you imagine what Eve was pumping out with a perfect body? Could you imagine what Eve was pumping out? Remember now, when Cain was banished, he went and found a wife. Where did the wife come from? Guess who? Where did the wife come from? Women are not mentioned that much in the Bible. Every once in a while, you might hear Abziah, son of Mahai, and Matilda. Very seldom did you hear did a woman get mentioned. It's always the firstborn. The firstborn is normally mentioned. They did have perfect bodies because they were perfect. We get weaker and weaker. Every generation that we are separated from God, we get weaker and weaker. They had perfect bodies because Jesus created them. and God put his breath in them. They were perfect. In every generation, we get farther and farther from God, we get weaker. Now, when the Israelites came out of Egypt and were with God, they got stronger. And they were able to beat everybody up. But after they got the land of milk and honey, and they got Israel, that was the closest that we got to perfection until they messed up. And then started going further and further away from God. Then they kept getting beat up. Why they keep getting beat up? Because when God would leave them, they would get beat up. And they would get weaker. I believe that if you was able to bring Adam back and you put him with a young Michael Jordan and a young LeBron James, and they played pickup basketball, Adam and Eve would kick their butts. I believe they would kick their butts. See, guess who? I believe that if they had waited and got their training, they would have ate from the tree of life. That tree of life and that knowledge was there for a reason. But I think we were supposed to be trained. And I believe that the devil was supposed to train us. And he didn't want to be subservient to us. He saw two bumbling idiots sitting in the garden. And we're like, how about you make them out of dirt, man? You don't supposed to. You want me to go down there and train them and serve them? You must have bumped your head. And I think that's why he turned on God. And a third of the angels agreed. They came down with him. Let them marinate. If the devil was the chief angel, and he said, oh, heck no. I don't know what you was creating here, what you were thinking about, but no, bro, I ain't doing it. And a third of the angels agreed and came down with him and joined up with him. We call them demons or fallen angels. So there's something there that's not talked about. But you can use your mind and say, hey, there's something left out that don't make sense. And you can try to put it together. But I do know that if he went to another land and found a wife, that means there was more children than Cain and Abel. I know for a fact that we got females that got 7 to 8 kids. I know that in the Bible, almost every time somebody had sex with somebody, a baby popped out. So you're trying to tell me, even if you say maybe 7, 8, 900 years, they were too old to have children, you got 500 years where every time they laid down, something popped out. Poor David. He thought he was going to sleep with his best friend's wife while he was out battling. Thought he was going to sleep with her and be done with it. Shoot, baby popped out. That was back then. So there had to be more children than Cain and Abel if every time somebody lay down, they're going to baby pop it out. When Sarah gave Hagar, her servant maid, to Abraham. They went and laid down. Baby popped out. A woman was embarrassed in biblical days if she couldn't give her husband a son. There were women that would kill themselves if they couldn't give their husband a son. That must mean they was popping out a whole bunch of daughters because almost every time they laid down, they got pregnant. Moses' wife was the oldest of a man whose wife died, and he had a bunch of daughters. I think it's 7 or 8 of them. And the reason that Moses had to help them was a woman was not supposed to leave the house and go out there and draw water and work with the animals. That was the man's job to provide. The woman stayed at home. And that's the reason why they was picking with the women, because they were like, you ain't got no men. And so Moses went and stood up for him. And they came back and told the father, and the oldest girl, like Moses, and they got married. But there was 6, 7, or 8 girls that was manless. But all they had to do was lie down with one, baby pop out. The Pharaoh said the Israelites are getting too many because they had forgot about Joseph and what he did for them. He said they might take us over. We got to enslave them. And that's when they started treating them harshly. They did it because they were afraid of the Israelites, because they were increasing. So God's people increase. And he said, we're going to start killing the firstborn of every child. He thought that that would stop, but it didn't. Because here's the problem. When a man marries a woman, that's his wife, right? If you take out the number of men, it's every woman's job to want to be married. And a man could have as many women as he could afford. By you taking out some of the men, you make the even poor person able to afford multiple wives. Jesus has a parable where it's a bunch of maidens, and they all sitting around all day waiting for a groom to come see them so that he could pick one of them to marry. Can you imagine a bunch of women sitting around? Could you imagine sitting around? He said, well, he all over up there. Could you imagine a bunch of women sitting around today saying, where this man at? He better come pick one of us. Unless he rich. Ain't no woman gonna sit around and wait for no daggone man to come pick one of them. If you go to a bar and there's 2 girls sitting together, and you walk up and you say, excuse me, how y'all ladies doing? I wanted to know if I can, one of y'all want to dance or something. They're going to look at him and say, you better choose, and you better choose right. They want to, shoot, you better choose right. Whichever one you choose, the other one going to get you. And talk bad about you when you leave. You imagine it's 8 or 9 sitting around? When one of these men going to ask us? There's 5 men in here, and there's 30 of us. What the heck? What kind of club is this? The women will be fighting. So when the Pharaoh started killing off the men, the babies, it made the market go out of imbalance. He thought that it would slow down. He thought it would slow down the growth of the Israelites, but it didn't. Instead, more men was able to have more wives. They were literally begging to be married. Because see, a man can have as many wives as he can take care of, but a woman can only have one husband. So that put everything in the man's favor. I might not be able to afford Rochelle, but you know what? Ain't no other men. Come on, Rochelle. You know you want to come here. Come on, girl. And what about you, Jamia? Come on, Jamia. You coming too. And I think I can afford you too, Ashan. Come on. So even though you made less men, the men that were still there, guess what? They were still popping out babies. They were still popping out babies. So they were still growing. So if you take out the men, you just make it more easier for men to afford more women. And remember, a man can sleep with a woman a different night of the week, and they can come up pregnant. So even though you might have killed 10 men or 10 babies, you got 50 more women getting pregnant in that week. So the population didn't decrease, it increased. And you made it easier for the men to get the women they wanted. Remember I told you had to pay a dowry? When it became a man shortage, that's when the dowry started going out the window. Look, man, here, give me $5. You can have my daughter. She got to get married. Come on now. $5. Come on. I was asking for $10,000 last year. Hey, you can have her for $5. Come on. Get out my house. I'm tired of taking care of her. You want her? That's why it didn't work. They were popping out children like it was nothing. Now at that point, they had been separated 1,000 years from God. And they were still popping them out like it was nothing. So imagine what Adam and Eve were doing. Cain and Abel was one of their children, but they were only because they did something great. They were mentioned. There were other children. They didn't do nothing. They were just there. Nobody mentioned them. They didn't do anything of note. So I know for a fact that if you look at the way our country is set up, children move away from their parents. If you look at my state, anybody want to go Google and pull up my state, you know that the king gave Lord Baltimore, George Calvert, he gave them a slice off the top of Virginia. That's all my state is. It's just a slice off the top of Virginia. Out of respect, Lord Baltimore called it Mary's Land after Queen Mary. If you look at the streets and the areas, you can tell who the children were. Because you know Baltimore, and you can see Baltimore Street, Baltimore City, Baltimore County, Baltimore this, Baltimore that. You see Calvert this, Calvert that, George this, George that. Because George Calvert, whose title was Lord Baltimore, but then parents, the kids, don't want to live near their parents. Now, it's something about the South. Now, in the South, they put trailers up But in the cities, kids don't want to be with their parents all up in their business. They start moving out. And you start seeing Queen Anne. You start seeing Dorchester. You start seeing Carroll. You're like, who? Bowie. Who? Kent. Who? Dorchester. I call it Dorchester. You start seeing these names. Where these names come from? Those were the names of the children that wanted to get the heck away from their parents, men in their business. So if in colonial times, you can find out who started your state and who their children were by the areas outlining where the founders were. You can follow their kids by the names of the streets and the nearby towns. You will find out whoever founded that area. The kid's name keep popping up. Like Pennsylvania, William Penn. Penn this, Penn that, Penn this, Penn that. Then start watching the names of the nearby streets and towns that's moving away from the parents. You will find the names of those kids because they named the areas after themselves. So if that happened during colonial times, what happened in biblical times when every time you laid down, you popped out a baby? So it's possible that he had long lost sisters and brothers. That had said, I'm tired of living under mom and dad. I want to go out and do my own thing. I don't want them all in my business. So why was it impossible to believe that Cain could leave where Adam and Eve was and not find a relative who said, see ya, I'm going to do my own thing. It's just us here. We got all this land. Where am I sitting up under your armpit for? I'm going to go do my own thing. So there are people who lived who were not written about. And remember, only the firstborn sons. If you didn't do anything worth writing about, you wasn't mentioned. How many people die today that get an obituary and that's it? How many people look at your obituary today and see how many people in there you never heard of? And you look at the names and don't even think about them again. How many people, if they popping out babies every time they lay down, how many people you think was around? They just didn't do anything noteworthy. There's a lot of people. How come Abraham was able to wander through the desert and kept finding people? They came from somewhere. So it's possible. Why did God give Cain a mark on his forehead so nobody could hurt him? Who was there to hurt him if it's just Adam, Eve, Cain, and Abel? Hey, how you doing, Snazzy? Snazzy says, hey, Minister Brother Derrick, Nia, Hearts, not feeling well tonight. Dropped in to show support. Have a blessed night. Thank you, Snazzy. Hey, Snazzy, before you go, do you think that it's possible that in 900 and something years, when you had two perfect people, that every time they laid down, they didn't pop out some children? And you know that children, some children like to be up under their parents. Some children can't wait to get away from them. And if you check the heritage of your state, you will find out the children of the founders of your state because you'll see the names. You can actually look into history and you can see the names of the children. And when other people came over on the boat, they started, ain't nobody here, I'll take it over. I'm going to call it this. I believe it's John Blair. I don't know who Blair was, but Blair Road go a long way. It go a long way. There's a Blair, Maryland. It starts, Blair Road start here at North Avenue and go all the way out, almost to Harford County. When you get in Harford, it goes into Harford County. There was John Harford. Harford Road is one of the longest roads that we have. You can look at the history and tell where the names of your roads came from. If you look back, you know that's the children of the people who developed that area. And they couldn't wait to get out from under their parents' armpit. I'm taking this part right here. I'm going to name this John area. Y'all leave me alone. I'm going to name this Roy area. Get out of here. My last name's Springfield. We're going to call this Springfield. My last name Thomas. This is Thomasville. This is my area, Thomasville. Go Thomasville. Everything Tom this, Tom that. So you're going to tell me that back in the biblical days when they were popping out children almost every time they had sex, that there was only 4 people in 900 years. That Adam and Eve only produced Cain, Abel, and Seth. They only produced 3 kids. Who did they marry? Who did they marry? Who did Cain marry? Who did Seth marry if there was only Cain, Abel, Adam, and Eve? There's only 4 people. I know you're not going to tell me that that Cain and Abel was sleeping with Eve. Snazzy says, yes, I believe that, Minister Brother Derrick. Our names are recycled from generation to generation. She says, good night, Naya. Sweet dreams. Naya not going to sleep. She wishing you a happy sleep. Thanks for stopping by, Snazzy. But yeah, see, a lot of people would say the Bible don't make sense. It do make sense. You just got to use your common sense. If thousand years later, even though they killing the firstborn, which are the most valuable back in them days, the firstborn is the most valuable child. The first male is the most valuable. He gets half of the estate. The rest of the men divide the rest of it up. If he got brothers, they get to divide half. So they only gonna mention the firstborn. So you could have 20 children. Only the firstborn get mentioned. If it's noteworthy. If he just alive and ain't do nothing, then nobody gonna mention him. Remember, they didn't have an ability to write. You have to realize that God actually Jesus did. Jesus dictated to Moses. Moses wrote the Old Testament. Moses wrote a lot of the Old Testament. Before he died, he wrote most of the Old Testament. When Joshua took over, but Moses wrote most of the Old Testament. It was dictated to him. They didn't have pen and paper. They didn't know to write until later on. A lot of it was dictated and word of mouth. So if you didn't do nothing worthy, why would somebody repeat you? You didn't do nothing. I'm telling you a story. I'm going to tell you something about somebody great. I'm not going to tell you about somebody, yeah, well, he lived and he had a farm and he had 10 kids and there you go. Tell me somebody, if you're doing a news story, you don't want to hear a story about a man that raised his kids and they all went to college and they all doing stuff. Boring. But you find somebody, yeah, my child killed 5 people and my son raped 5 women. And my other son, he went out there and was dealing drugs and he sat there and got half the town hooked on heroin. News story, sign me up. What happened? Yeah. If you ain't got no way to record the information, it's only word of mouth. You have to realize that even the gospel writers didn't write the gospels until like between 10 and 20 years after Jesus died, before they actually wrote their gospels. Let them marinate. There's a lot of stuff that Jesus did that they didn't write about. They even tell you, if we wrote down everything that Jesus did, there ain't enough room to write all this stuff on this scrolls. So if they left out a lot of stuff that Jesus did, imagine what he was doing. And they had the technology to write then. They actually had the technology to write then. That's why they had so many fights back then. There were no deeds. You said this was my place. Somebody came with more people. It's our place now. What you gonna do about it, punk? That's why they used to dig wells. I got this well here. This is my area. The well determined who. And when you came and filled that well in and made your own, it's mine now. You want to fight? It's mine now. You better go find yourself someplace else. They didn't write back then. Guess who said that's why Jerry Springer was so popular? Yeah, could you imagine Jerry Springer if he came out there and all the couples was perfectly happy and they had no conflict? Would nobody watch it? The same way nobody don't watch me. Because we ain't doing all that hollering and fighting and stuff. That's why nobody don't watch the show. Not that we ain't got a good show. We just gonna do all that drama stuff. Yeah, we ain't got a Brother Derrick going, but they over there. Yeah. What? He was a prostitute. What? Tommy tried to sleep with her. What? She spilled paint on the floor. Oh my God, what? I gotta go see this. What? What? MX said what? Oh my God. Ooh, let me go over there. See, that's what you want. I'm not gonna give you that. I don't want to give you that. I want to give you something you can learn something. You ain't learning nothing by hearing somebody cuss at each other. What are you learning? Some new cuss words? That's why we stopped doing it. We could go back and do it. The ratings would go through the roof. Bro Darrow was still undefeated. But we can do better than that. We don't need that. You know? But some people, you know, if there ain't no drama, you know, they actually have to make up stuff. When you watch them Wives of Atlanta or Wives of New York, or when you watch Love and Hip Hop, and they actually make that stuff up. I woke up and I don't know why he was on my screen, but Victor Moon was on my screen and he was talking about somebody had mentioned the pawn shop show. What was it? 8 Mile Pawn or something? Pawn? No, not Pawn Stars. Wait a minute. Snazzy said. Snazzy said they married women. They were not significant back in the day. Guess who said, am I questioning the Bible? Just asking. He said, God might smack you down. Snazzy said, I left my answer. Yeah, she said, they married women. They were not significant back in the day. Are you talking about? You asked me, was I questioning the Bible? No, I was explaining a gap that I saw. Because a lot of people will say things like, well, if there's only Adam and Eve and Cain and Abel, how, when God punished Cain and made him leave, he gave Cain a mark that nobody could hurt him. If there wasn't nobody else there, who was going to hurt him? When he got to the area he named Canaan, how did he get a wife? Where'd she come from? See, these are things that you can use your common sense and say, hey, this makes sense. So Adam and Eve had another child of note right after that called Seth. Seth is mentioned in the Bible. But who did Seth marry? There ain't nobody else, right? They didn't say that they had another girl after that. So they had to have other children. They just wasn't mentioned. And like I said, I gave the example of kids don't stay up under their parents. Some do. Some are mama's boys and daddy girls. But most people don't want their parents in their business. And they go out and do their own thing. And like I said, I challenge you, go look up the founders of your state and then look at the names and look at their children and see how many things are named after their children. Because the children leave. Don't nobody want to live with their parents all in that business. Hey, who you got in your house? Hey, who that? Hey, what you smoking that weed for? You don't need that weed. How many times you gonna drink? You had 5 drinks already today. Come on now, boy, put that drink down. You nobody want to live under their parents. So I can understand. Just because the Bible don't mention you don't mean you didn't live. It's a lot of people. Think about it. Of the Israelites, of all the people that left, how many people are mentioned? When they got to the land of milk and honey and they set up Jerusalem, how many people are mentioned? There was 1 million people. There ain't no million names wrote down nowhere. How many people lived and didn't matter? They just were there. It was only people of note that were mentioned. They said David was a great soldier. He had to have an army. Why ain't there a list of all his fighters? How come only certain people are mentioned? King Saul had 2 sons. Why wasn't the princesses mentioned? Sure, he had some daughters. But his sons wasn't worth 2 pieces of dookie. So God sent Samuel to say, none of your sons are going to be king. The people don't want me to be king, but God darn it, your sons ain't going to be kings. David going to be the king. And Saul tried to kill David. Where David's parents at? They're not mentioned. Where David's siblings at? They're not mentioned. Do y'all understand? If you wasn't relevant, you're not mentioned. Because people are not going to remember you unless you did something. He said if everyone was brother and sister, we got birth defects. But you got to remember, they were perfect back then. But as we grow farther and farther from God, we become defective. And if you really look at it, the story of the Bible is God trying to direct us and we trying to do our own thing. And finally, God said, okay, do your own thing. But I'm going to give you a way to come back. And that way was through Jesus. He let the people do their own thing. And what happened? They got enslaved. And they stayed enslaved. They never got unenslaved. They never got back with God. And think about it. A king that God didn't want. He didn't want Saul. This microphone too close to my mouth. You can't like bend it out. I don't want to break it. God was offended when the people wanted a king. He thought that he was the king. People said we want a king like everybody else. Isn't it funny that that king name was Saul? But look at this. Who was the man that Jesus picked to write most of the New Testament? His name was also Saul. Jesus changed his name to Paul. Paul killed so many Christians, but Jesus took him and made him to write most of the New Testament. A man who spent his life trying to destroy the Christian movement. Jesus took him and made him deliver his message to the people. He didn't choose nobody from the synagogue. He didn't choose none of the elders. He didn't choose none of the trained preachers. He chose a common man. All right, I see your article. I'll play it in a second. He chose a common man. But isn't that strange? That man had the same name as the man, as the king that God begrudgingly gave to the people. God was offended when the people said they wanted a king. He was offended when the people said that they didn't want to hear him speak. People told Moses, tell God he got a message, tell us. Now, I believe that was Jesus that was doing the speaking, but so they offended him right there. Then, after he gave them everything he said he was going to give them, they rejected him and they wanted somebody, a human being, to be their king. Then he sent his son there to die for him, to come down there and teach them what they're supposed to know, and the people kill him. And he don't pick none of them people to be the speaker of the religion. He takes a daggone Roman citizen who been killing That's a daggone shame. That show you how bad the Israelites was. That he took somebody that was killing them and blinded him and made him carry the message. So an Israelite didn't carry the message. Look at how much of the New Testament that Paul wrote. But he had the same name as the first king of Israel. Isn't it amazing? A man who God didn't want, because God is the king. And now a man that was killing the movement, God took him and made him the biggest person in the New Testament. Doesn't that show you how poor the Israelites was? How sad they were, how sad the clergy was. Because while the 12 disciples was out there trying, they were fighting them the whole way and setting people up to be killed. But they were supposed to be the priests and the teachers of the law. And Jesus couldn't go to them and have them. He had to take somebody that was trying to kill him, that was killing him. He trusted them more than he trusted an Israelite. Let that marinate. He trusted a heathen more than he trusted the Israelites. Think about that. Guess who said God is great? He also shows his power. He took their greatest enemy and made them their champion. That's not love. I don't know what is. The person that was killing them the most, he took them and made them their champion. And what was the result? The Romans picked up Christianity. They twisted it and messed it up, but they picked it up. If they hadn't have picked it up, they would have crushed it. God took his enemy and made him his servant. That's power. Took his enemy, biggest enemy, and made him one of the founders of the religion and got him to push it to the point that the Romans picked it up. Yes, they messed it up. But if they hadn't have picked it up, the Romans were going to crush it. And Paul was the biggest crusher. Or should I say Saul? Saul was the biggest crusher. And God chose him to speak for the people. That's crazy. When you hear somebody brag about being from Israel or hear them brag about being an Israelite, yes, you are God's chosen people. God chose you. But guess what? You never chose God. You fought God the whole way until he abandoned you. So don't come tell me that you great. No, you're not. It took a Roman to set your religion up that you're trying to claim right now. A Roman that was killing you. Don't come brag to me. I cut you down at the knees. I make you feel bad about yourself. Because to be honest with you, the Israelites had it all and didn't appreciate it. How many of y'all have it all and don't appreciate it? How many of y'all have it good and still looking at somebody else? Well, I'm doing good, but I wouldn't be doing what they doing. I had somebody that supposed to be my friend, and every time I talk about the show, I don't know why you even do that show. You only get 50 views. I'm surprised anybody watch. I told this bird when he said, come do this, ain't nobody gonna watch me. I was wrong. Ain't nothing wrong with it when you was wrong. Because everybody kept telling me, ain't nobody gonna watch you. Look at you, your teeth all messed up, you're short, you're fat. Ain't nobody gonna watch you. You ain't got no money. Ain't nobody gonna watch you. Ain't nobody gonna care about what you say. Yeah, we've been rolling since March 2018. We still here. Ain't nobody. You keep saying we. Why you keep saying we? Because if that nobody don't watch, nobody don't come contribute to the platform, there is no platform. One person can't do it. So there's a we. Some people will help out, some won't. But if you watch, you help it out. Because everybody say, ain't nobody going to watch. So if you just watch every day, you doing more than what they said. They said nobody was going to watch. If we get 2 people to watch the show, I'm happy. I ain't got to come before you and you still watch. Great. I was in the chat last night showing that car chase. I was in the chat cracking jokes and making everybody laugh. It was boring as I don't know what. That dude got 9.3 thousand people to watch that show. When I got there, it was nobody but 24 in the room. I got in there and livened it up. It went up to 124. He wound up with 9.3 thousand. That car chase couldn't touch the car chase I showed y'all the other night. That car chase that we saw was better than Fast and the Furious. But God darn it, the one that was on last night was about as boring and dull as sitting there watching paint dry, as somebody told me today. Yet he got 9.3 thousand. Really? So I don't worry about the views like some people do. There were days that we did the show. It was just me and Naya here, me and Nia. I can still look back when we did that World Star video. We got 4,400 people to watch that video, just me and her. It's up. Go look for it. It's up on one of the channels. 4,300 views. That's us doing the World Star. Just me and her in the chat. 2 people generated 4,400 views. And we didn't have to beef. We ain't had to cuss each other out. We ain't had to argue. So it's possible. We just have fun. So when somebody say, why do you keep coming here? I say, don't look at the people who not watching. Worry about the people who do watch and appreciate them. Instead of worrying about what somebody else is doing, worry about what you doing. If you doing what you doing, you ain't got time to worry about what they doing. There are so many things I want to do for this platform. I don't have the money to do it, but I try every day to do something to bring something new to the platform. We tried a different topic tonight. Shout out to Chung Lee. It was a different topic. We've never talked about this kind of stuff before. I gave her my best shot. I talked to her about it for half an hour. I hope that I did it a good job of bringing it to you. I know nobody else ain't doing it in the sector. They too busy worrying about who Slim going ring the doorbell for. They too busy worried about is that woman gonna braid her hair while she do the show. They too busy worrying about if somebody gonna do their nails or have their breasts hanging out during the show. We talking about something that can actually happen in this world, something that could affect you. But don't nobody care. That's fine. Let me somebody hit me up. All right. Somebody sent us an article. Wait a minute. Oh, thank you. John Lee says I did great. I did the best I could. You know, you prepped me. And so I did the best I could with it. All right, y'all. This is from Chung Lee on our same topic. How much time do we have left? I'm the only YouTuber that actually cares about the time because I will make sure we still get the CV numbers in. 2:47. We got plenty of time. All right. Accept all cookies. Do we live in a simulation? Chances are about 50-50. Gauging whether or not we dwell inside someone else's computer may come down to advanced AI research or measurements at the frontiers of cosmology. Let me blow this up some so everybody can see it. I want y'all to read along with me. Don't just take my word for it. Read along. Oops. It's not often that a comedian gives an astrophysicist goosebumps when discussing the laws of physics, but comic Chuck Nice managed to do just that in a recent episode of the podcast Star Talk. The show's host, Neil deGrasse Tyson, had just explained the simulation argument, the idea that we could be virtual beings living in a computer simulation. If so, the simulation will most likely create perceptions of reality on demand rather than simulate all of reality all the time, much like a video game optimized to render only the parts of a scene visible to a player. Maybe that's why we can't travel faster than the speed of light, because if we could, we'd be able to get to another galaxy, said Nice, the show's co-host, prompting Tyson to gleefully interrupt before they can program it. The astrophysicist said, delighting at the thought. So the programmer put in that limit. Such conversations may seem flippant, but ever since Nick Bostrom of the University of Oxford wrote a seminal paper about the simulation argument in 2003, philosophers, physicists, technologists, and yes, comedians have been grappling with the idea of our reality being a simulacrum. Some will try to identify ways in which we can discern if we are simulated beings. Others have attempted to calculate the chances of us being virtual entities. Now, a new analysis shows that the odds that we are living in base reality, meaning an existence that is not simulated, are pretty much even. But the study also demonstrates that if humans were ever to develop the ability to simulate conscious beings, the chances will overwhelmingly tilt in favor of us too, being virtual citizens inside someone else's computer. What? A caveat to that conclusion is there is little agreement about what the term consciousness means, let alone how one might go about simulating it. In 2003, Bostrom imagined a technology-adept civilization that possesses immense computing power and needs a fraction of that power to simulate new realities with conscious beings in them. Given this scenario, his simulation argument showed that at least one proposition in the following trilemma must be true. First, humans almost always go extinct before reaching the simulation savvy stage. Second, even if humans make it to that stage, they are unlikely to be interested in simulating their own ancestral past. And third, the probability that we are living in a simulation is close to 1. Before Bostrom, the movie The Matrix had already done its part to popularize the notion of simulated realities, and the idea has deep roots in Western and Eastern philosophical traditions, from Plato's cave allegory to Zhang Zhao's butterfly dream. More recently, Elon Musk gave further fuel to the concept that our reality is a simulation. The odds that we are in base reality is 1 in billions, he said at a 2016 conference. Musk is right if you assume propositions 1 and 2 of the trilemma are false, says astronomer David Kipping of Columbia University. How can you assume that? To get a better handle on Bostrom's simulation argument, Kipping decided to resort to Bayesian reasoning. This type of analysis uses Bayes' theorem, named after Thomas Bayes, an 18th century English statistician and minister. Bayesian analysis allows one to calculate the odds of something happening, called the posterior probability, by first making assumptions about the thing being analyzed, assigning it a prior probability. Kipping began by turning the trilemma into a dilemma. He collapsed propositions 1 or 2 into a single statement, because in both cases the final outcome is that there are no simulations. Thus, the dilemma puts a physical hypothesis, there are no simulations, against the simulations hypothesis, there is a base reality, and there are simulations too. You just assign a prior probability to each of these models, Kipping says. We just assume the principle of indifference, which is the default assumption when you don't have any data or learnings either way. So each hypothesis gets a prior probability of 1/2, much as if one were to flip a coin to decide a wager. The next stage of the analysis requires thinking about Paris realities, those that can generate other realities, and nulliparous realities, those that cannot simulate offspring realities. If the physical hypothesis was true, then the probability that we were living in a nulliparous universe would be easy to calculate. It would be 100%. Kipping then showed that even in the simulation hypotheses, most of the simulated realities would be nulliparous. That is because as simulations spawn more simulations, the computing resources available to each subsequent generation dwindles to the point where the vast majority of realities will be lost. Those that do not have the computing power necessary to simulate offspring realities that are capable of hosting conscious beings. Plug all these into a Bayesian formula and out comes the answer. The posterior probability that we are living in base reality is almost the same as the posterior probability that we are in a simulation, with the odds tilting in favor of base reality by just a smidgen. These probabilities would change dramatically if humans created a simulation with conscious beings inside of it, because such an event would change the chances that we previously assigned to the physical hypothesis. You can't just exclude that hypothesis right off the bat. Then you are only left with the simulation hypothesis, Kipping says. The day we invent that technology, it flips the odds from a little bit better than 50-50 that we are real to almost certainly we are not real, according to these calculations. It'd be a very strange celebration of our genius that day. The upshot of Kipping's analysis is that given current evidence, Musk is wrong about the 1 in 1 billion odds that he ascribes us to living in base reality. Bostrom agrees with the result with some caveats. This is not conflict with the simulation argument, which only asserts something about the disjunction, the idea that one of the three propositions of the trilemma is true, he says. But Bostrom takes issue with Kipling's choice to assign equal prior probabilities to the physical and simulation hypothesis at the start of the analysis. The invocation of the principle of indifference here is rather shaky, he says. One could equally well invoke it over my original three alternatives, which would then give them 1/3 chance each. Or one could carve up the possibility space in some other manner and get any result one wishes. Such quibbles are valid because there is no evidence to back one claim over the others. That situation would change if we can find evidence of assimilation. So could you detect the glitch in the matrix? Haman Awaldi, an expert on computational mathematics at the California Institute of Technology, has thought about the question. If the simulation has infinite computing power, there's no way you're going to see that you're living in a virtual reality because it could compute whatever you want to the degree of realism you want, he says. If this thing can be detected, you have to start from the principle that it has limited computational resources. Think again of video games, many of which rely on clever programming to minimize the computation required to construct the virtual world. For Awadi, the most promising way to look for potential paradoxes created by such computing shortcuts is through quantum physics experiments. Quantum systems can exist in a superposition of states, and this superposition is described by a mathematical abstraction called the wave function. In standard quantum mechanics, the active observation causes this wave function to randomly collapse to one of many possible states. Physicists are divided over whether the process of collapse is something real or just reflects a change in our knowledge about the system. If it is just a pure simulation, there is no collapse, Wildy says. Everything is decided when you look at it. The rest is just simulation, like when you're playing these video games. To this end, Awadi and his colleagues have worked on 5 conceptual variations of the double-slit experiment, each designed to trip up a simulation. But he acknowledges that it is impossible to know at this stage if such experiments could work. Those 5 experiments are just conjectures. Zorin Devaldi, a physicist at the University of Maryland College Park, has also entertained the idea that a simulation with finite computing resources could reveal itself. Her work focuses on strong interreactions, or the strong nuclear force, one of nature's 4 fundamental forces. The equations describing strong interactions, which hold together quarks to form protons and neutrons, are so complex that they cannot be solved analytically. To understand strong interactions, physicists are forced to do numerical simulations, and unlike many putative super civilizations possessing limitless computing power, they must rely on shortcuts to make those simulations computationally valuable, usually by considering space-time to be discrete rather than continuous. The most advanced researchers have managed to coax from this approach is the simulation of a single nucleus of helium that is composed of 2 protons and 2 neutrons. Naturally, you start to ask, if you simulated an atomic nucleus today, maybe in 10 years we could do a larger nucleus. Maybe 20 or 30 years we could do a molecule, Devaldi says. In 50 years, who knows, maybe you can do something the size of a few inches of matter. Maybe in 100 years or so, we can do the human brain. Devaldi thinks that classical computers will soon hit a wall. However, in the next maybe 10 to 20 years, we will actually see the limits of our classical simulations of the physical system, she says. Thus, she is turning her sights to quantum computation, which relies on superpositions and other quantum effects to make tractable certain computational problems that would be impossible through classical approaches. If quantum computing actually materializes in the sense that it's a large-scale, reliable computing option for us, then we're going to enter a completely different era of simulation, Devaldi says. I'm starting to think about how to perform my simulations of a strong interaction physics and atomic nuclei if I had a quantum computer that was viable. All these factors have led Vivaldi to speculate about the simulation hypothesis. If our reality is a simulation, then a simulator is likely also discretizing space-time to save on computing resources, assuming, of course, that it is using the same mechanism as our physicists for that simulation. Signatures of such discrete space-time could potentially be seen in the directions of high-energy cosmic rays arrive from. Man, they would have a preferred direction in the sky because of the breaking of so-called rotational symmetry. My voice is cracking. It's a long article. Telescopes haven't observed any deviation from that rotation in various yet, Vivaldi says, and even if such an effect were to be seen, it would not constitute unequivocal evidence that we live in a simulation. Base reality itself could have similar properties. Kippen, despite his own study, worries that further work on the simulation hypothesis is on thin ice. It's arguably not testable as to whether we live in a simulation or not, he says. If it's not falsifiable, then how can you claim it's really science? For him, there's a more obvious answer. Occam's razor, which says that in the absence of other evidence, the simple explanation is more likely to be correct. The simulation hypothesis is elaborate, presuming realities nested upon realities, as well as simulated entities that can never tell they are inside a simulation. Because it's such an overly complicated, elaborate model in the first place, by Occam's razor, it really should be disfavored, compared to the simple natural explanation, Kippen says. Maybe we are living in the base reality after all. The Matrix, Musk, and weird quantum physics notwithstanding. Oh, Lord. Yeah, she was right. That's a long one. God darn. Woo. That was a long one right there, boy. My throat was cracking, but I made it. Yeah, you did warn me. Woo. I decided to give it a try. That's the kind of stuff that, you know, if I was to rewrite that article, I would put it in plain terms so everybody can understand it. That's how I try to do the Bible with y'all. You know, I don't get up here and quote all these quotes and, you know, I try to make it so you can understand it. Whoever wrote that article, man, they should have broke that down so we can understand what the heck they were saying. I understood some of it. But they were saying that are we in a simulated reality right now? It's hard to prove. Could we do a simulated reality? They were saying it's a 50-50 chance. Was that the Cash App? Thank you, Sean Lee. Thanks for the donation. Thank you, dear. Alrighty. Would you say holodeck from Star Trek? I am ready. I don't know. Guess who? I like articles like that, but they give you an idea. Is our reality a simulation of a reality? Could one day, could we break down the neurons and the protons, and could we actually create another reality? Another reality, an ultimate universe, and would people be able to travel from this reality into another reality? You know, if things ain't going for you in this world, maybe I could try the other world. Would people pay money to be able to escape this world and to go try again fresh in an alternative world? Could that be the future? I don't think we're going to live to see it, but if we keep making the technologies, instead of a virtual world, maybe we could create another physical world. What do y'all think? Did anybody else get anything from that article? It's actually kind of spooky if you ask me. It's spooky. I saw something, and I don't believe it's the title, but we're going to take a look real quick. Y'all let me know if y'all got any opinions on that. Wait a minute. He switched. No. But let's go to him. Hold on. How did he switch?
In this video,
How did he switch? Hold on a second. 'Cause I know I saw it. Here it is, 5 hours ago. Hold on. He got $3,600 stimulus. Now let's see if he.
If you received unemployment.
Let's see if it's Jimmy. It's Jimmy.
guys, it's Jimmy here with the latest on your third stimulus check update. In this video, we're going to go to the White House floor to hear directly from the White House on what is going on with the third stimulus check package, how soon to expect it, how much it'll be. And then I have some news, some additional news from President Joe Biden himself. If you're new to the channel, make sure to subscribe down below so you don't miss out on new updates on the third stimulus check package and other buckets of money that you can get from these stimulus packages, such as mortgage and rental assistance, possible student loan forgiveness, possible Social Security raises of $200 per month, as well as everything that comes along, such as the $3,600 child tax credit stimulus payments that is expected to be in the third stimulus check proposal. And if you can, give us a like down below. It really helps out our channel. All right, we're going to go directly to the White House to hear directly from White House Press Secretary Jen Psaki on the third stimulus check package. Also, make sure to stay to the end where we're going to discuss the $3,000 to $3,600 stimulus checks and who could get those in the third stimulus check package.
Today, President Biden joined the House Democratic Caucus meeting by phone to discuss the American Rescue Plan. The president made clear that the American Rescue Plan was designed to meet the stakes of the public health and economic crisis, and the President Caucus agreed that a final package must address the crises facing working families, including housing and food insecurity, and reopening schools. President Biden said the cost of inaction and doing too little is greater than the cost of doing too much. The president also had the opportunity to meet in the Oval Office just a few minutes ago with Leader Schumer and the Democratic chairs of the Senate committees with jurisdiction over the American Rescue Plan as part of his ongoing engagement with lawmakers from both sides of the aisle. During the meeting, they had a productive conversation on the status of legislative proceedings on the package. They were in agreement over the need to move swiftly to ensure that we get $1,400 direct payments to middle and working class Americans as quickly as possible, that we need to take steps to get immediate relief to the Americans who are struggling with food insecurity or facing eviction, and that we need to provide more resources to get shots into arms faster. The president and the senators were also in agreement over the need to go big and to meet the challenges we face with a response that will get the job done in beating this virus and in protecting our economy from long-term damage. During the conversation, the president and Democratic leaders also agreed to continue working to find areas of bipartisan agreement in an effort to integrate ideas and make the process as bipartisan as possible. There have been lots of questions from some of you and others about the differences between the president's plan, the Democratic plan, and the plan.
3, 2, 1.
Been proposed by 10 Republican senators. So I wanted to outline some of those specifics here for you. The president's plan would fulfill his pledge to finish getting $2,000 checks to hard-hit Americans and ensure that, for example, a kindergarten teacher making $60,000 a year isn't left without additional support. Their plan wouldn't provide that teacher with direct relief. The president's plan would give Americans who are out of work through no fault of their own a $400 weekly supplement and the certainty that it would last through the worst of the pandemic. Their plan would give unemployed Americans less money and therefore less certainty. The president's plan would keep hundreds of thousands of teachers, cops, firefighters, paramedics, and other public servants on the job. Their plan offers no money to state and local governments to keep people on the front lines of this fight employed. The president's plan would also assist the millions of families who are behind on their rent and facing potential eviction. Their plan wouldn't offer any support to these families. The president's plan would provide targeted, immediate relief to families with children and essential workers through an emergency expansion of the child tax credit and the EITC. Their plan would deny relief to 15 million lower-income essential workers. The president's plan together would reduce the number of kids living in poverty by 5 million this year and cut child poverty in half. Their plan would likely leave millions of additional kids out. Just as importantly, the president's plan would make sure we have every resource we need to defeat this virus and get life back to normal, including $130 billion to help ensure our kids can go back to school safely, $20 billion to mount a nationwide vaccination campaign, $50 billion for more and better testing and critical funding to improve our ability to track and defeat emerging COVID-19 strains. I know that was a lot, but it's a lot of interest in this issue. Go ahead, Josh.
Thanks so much, Jen. Two questions. President Biden told House Democrats today that he considered the $1,400 direct payment a promise that he can't break. At the same time, a new analysis from the Penn-Wharton budget model suggests that 73% of those payments would go into savings instead of be spent in ways that could boost growth. I'm wondering, what's more important, to keep the promise or to ensure that the package does all it can to maximize growth?
Well, first, on the Penn-Wharton analysis, we've seen that analysis, and I've talked to our economic team about it, and frankly, feel it's way out of step with the majority of studies on this plan, including independent analysis from the Wall Street firm Moody's, JP Morgan Chase, and the Brookings Institution. And the analysis concludes that our economy is near capacity, which would be news to the millions of Americans who are out of work or facing reduced hours and reduced paychecks.
Yeah, see, that's the weird thing. You always get these, these studies.
What's up, Rob Ratz here, and if you're like me, you bought an action cam.
Hey, y'all, these things so loud, you ain't even gotta wear them. I'm being serious. I had to turn the volume down.
And you always find one study that finds some weird information. And it's like, oh, we got to go with that one. 73% of people are going to put the check into savings and not spend it. Come on. We all know that that's not real news, but you know how studies go, right?
So this starting place means their model is way off. So our view is we're going to listen to governors. We're going to listen to a broad range of economists. We're going to listen to health experts on what is needed, what the American people need at this point in time. And when 1 in 7 American families don't have enough food to eat, it's clear that there is a great deal of need for assistance.
The Republican plan matches you guys up on the national vaccine top line and also the testing top line. But you ticked through some pretty significant differences between the proposal. And I know we ask this seemingly daily at this point, but where is
it's your job.
Where is the space for bipartisan agreement when the differences are that significant across major components of what the president wants?
Well, an area where there's agreement to work together on is funding for small business. And that's something, of course, Democrats and Republicans want to do. Our view is that this bill itself is bipartisan. 74% of the public support it, Republicans and Democrats, independents across the country. And there is agreement that it's important to work with many Republicans and Democrats who fall on different parts of the political spectrum to put their ideas forward and consider them. And that's part of the conversation and part of the process now happening on the Hill. We will see. What proposals that improve the bill, that make it better. And there's certainly an openness to that.
Just a quick note on that. President Biden came out,
Wait
it was
a minute,
either
y'all.
today
We
or
gotta take a
last
pause
night.
for the cause. Hold on a second, y'all. I need y'all to say something with me here. Now, this is the new press secretary. Y'all remember Kaylee. Now, Kaylee was prettier than her. But listen to how she is talking. You don't see her looking in her brain, trying to come up with lies. She is openly talking to the press. If that's not an improvement, and don't get me wrong, she ain't as pretty as Kaylee, but at least she more real. She's literally talking to the people over there. Well, you know, and right here like this. He's just real and talking to the people. I think that because Biden spent so much time in the Senate, he was a senator for like, what, 40-something years? I think that Biden believes that he can get the Republicans on board with him. But what Biden needs to understand is you don't need the Republicans the way you think you do. You have the majority and you have the card. You can just pass it without them. You don't need to get all 50 Republicans to roll with you. You just need to use that conciliation card and say, screw you. That's what you need to do. The Republicans don't want to help the American people. They don't want to give nobody nothing. That's why they lost them last 2 seats. All Trump had to do was just push through the $1,200, and they would have won, and they'd be in control of the Senate. But they didn't. So now, President Biden should just go ahead and use the conciliation card. Tell Chuck Schumer, use the card, put it on the table, let them vote on it. If the Republicans don't vote and they don't get the 60 votes that they need, they don't get the 10 votes from the Republicans, say, hey, we don't need you. We're going to pass it without you, and you do what you want to do because you ain't do nothing before. What you going to do afterwards? That's what I would say. Now, anybody have any comment on that? Before we hear what the prayers got to say, I told y'all what I think he should do. Guess who says in 1980, who would have thought we would walk around with phones, right?
That he is willing to potentially compromise on the stimulus checks when it comes to the income limits. And this is pretty much basically what I have been telling you. The president now basically came out and said it. It's funny how I kind of know things before they come out and say it sometimes, just because we hear it so many different times in different ways. And I always have my finger on the pulse of basically what I think is going to happen. And honestly, I'm not too far off very often. As you can see here, President Joe Biden said he's open to refining key elements of his nearly $2 trillion stimulus package during a call with House Democrats on Wednesday, but stressed the urgency of delivering the massive relief bill quickly to the pandemic-stricken nation. President Biden told the House Democratic caucus that he's willing to compromise on who will be eligible for the next rounds of stimulus checks, but remained firm on the size of the $14 stimulus checks, according to multiple sources on the call. He says, quote, "Let's stick together. I have your back, and I hope you'll have mine. I am not going to start by breaking a promise to the American people about these stimulus checks."
The best
He says, quote, "We can better target the number. I'm okay with that." So basically what I'm thinking, again, we don't have exact numbers here. So again, this is what I'm thinking. And I'm most of the time, I'm not very far off, if not exactly right on. If you've been following this channel for a while, you know that most of the time, just because I follow this stuff every day, I'm doing hours of research, listening to interviews, hearing everybody talk, hearing Joe Manchin talk, hearing Mitch McConnell talk. I mean, I'm listening to all of them. So I'm pretty close to what normally happens. What I think they're going to do is I think that the Democrats are going to have very similar income limits as the first and second stimulus check. But because the checks are larger this time, they're $1,400 for adults, $1,400 for children, which is more than double than the children have gotten before. And adult dependents are expected to get at least $1,400, if not $2,000 or more, to get the first and second stimulus check. As you know, if you've been following this channel, there's some people that are upset that less than 1% of the money will go to the, quote, rich. So the example is a family making $300,000 would still get a check, because if they had 4 or 5 children, those 4 or 5 children are all going to get $1,400 each. And anything over $150,000 for a couple gets phased down. That's the phased down part, $75,000 per person.
Where
it goes
is the
down by $50 per
at, man? Come
thousand.
on.
Okay. Well, the problem is because the checks are so large this time, they're $1,400 and $1,400 for children. If you got 4 or 5 kids in there, you're looking at like a $7,000 or $8,000, $9,000 check. And because that check is so much larger, because the child check is literally more than double than it's been before, somebody I should say a couple making over $300,000 could get a reduced check of maybe a couple $100 there. So the first stimulus check, basically it phased out at $99,000 because of the amounts of the check. The second stimulus check phased out at $87,000, and again started at $75,000 and phased down, but it phased out at $87,000 because of the size of the check. So I personally think they're going to probably have the phase out be either at $75,000 or $99,000, because that's what we've had in the past, and it's just going to stop there completely. So after $75,000 for an individual, or double that for a couple, $150,000, or the $99,000 for a single, and double that for a couple, $198,000, would just get nothing. So after that point, it's going to be probably a hard cutoff. That's what I'm expecting if they change it at all. Hope that makes sense.
Several Republican senators have said publicly that they believe the president is in a different place than his staff on this issue in particular, and he's more willing to deal perhaps than his staff. Is there daylight between the president and his staff on the $1.9 trillion proposal?
Absolutely not. I've seen some of those.
Got you this time. 3, 2, 1. Come on with the money.
Reports. Many of them are ludicrous. I've sat in a lot of meetings with the President of the United States in the last few weeks, and even before then. There is no one who's going to tell him what to do or hold him back from his commitment to delivering relief to the American people. And I would point you to the fact that he talked about the importance of going big on a package back to the campaign. He talked about the importance of meeting this moment back to the campaign. So that is certainly his commitment, and that's exactly what he's working to deliver on.
And just one quick one on vaccines, circling back to something you guys talked about last week, I believe, Defense Production Act. I know you said all options are on the table, you guys are working through, and that it has been launched in at least a couple of areas. On vaccine supply, is the Defense Production Act being utilized on that front? And if not, is there a timeline? Is that something that remains on the table right now to bolster, I think, one of the issues that you guys have identified as the biggest problem right now?
Absolutely, it's on the table. And, the reason the president invoked the Defense Production Act was because he wanted to have a range of options for any moment where there was a reduction in supply on materials, on PPE, on syringes, and at the appropriate time, we can certainly use it for that. But right now, our focus is on working with Pfizer and Moderna. We have confidence in their ability to produce the number of vaccines that the government has ordered on the timeline that we have committed to. And that means that we would have enough vaccines here to be able to vaccinate every American by the summer. So our focus is really more on evaluating where there are needs for supplies and materials that would help deliver the vaccines into the arms of Americans.
Go ahead, Jen. You saw the president say earlier he's still confident he can get some Republican support. Mitt Romney was asked about that a little while ago, and he said, well, if they're not going to budget off the $1.9 trillion number, it's not going to happen. He was then asked, well, can you give us a specific example of something that demonstrates the differences? You didn't mention it. He says the $360 billion or so for states and localities. Is that something that is considered negotiable by the White House?
Well, I'd be interested, because I didn't see, so now I guess I'm asking you a question, what Senator Romney said about whether they would propose any funding for state and local.
He said that the most recent reports show that the average state in America only lost about 10 to 1% of the revenue, so it should perhaps be adjusted.
Well, they are not proposing any. So I would suggest, given that they also supported 160 or 180 billion in a package that moved forward under the Trump administration, that's a place where we would certainly welcome an offer from their end on what state and local funding they'd support.
One other on economic relief related to the pandemic. There was a.
Want to save money on gaming gear?
In the New York Times last week, put there by several prominent women, calling on the Biden administration to implement what they call a Marshall Plan for moms in the first 100 days. Has the president seen the ad, and would he support the idea of monthly payments to mothers who are saddled by this pandemic?
Well, as a mom myself, I can confirm for you that the conversation I have most frequently with friends on Zoom calls is about the impact of the pandemic on working moms across the country. And what the president has certainly concerned about, as we all are, is the fact that this has a disproportionate impact on communities of color, on women of color who are working, many of them working on jobs as frontline workers and playing vital roles in industries across the country. And it's certainly an issue that Secretary Yellen, his economic team are focused on and will be looking for ways to help appease.
So basically, she's saying that President Biden is going to be going forward with at least the $1,400 stimulus checks. We just heard there from that last reporter that there was a full-page ad taken out, I think they said in the New York Times, for mothers calling for monthly stimulus checks. We're getting more and more calls for monthly stimulus checks until the pandemic is over. Now, remember, there is expected to be an increase of the child tax credit in the third stimulus check package. And the way this will work is that actually it's a transfer, it's increasing it and turning it into a monthly stimulus check. So $3,000 per child per year for the child tax credit. This is an increase from $2,000. And instead of having to wait all the way until next year to get a credit on your taxes, they're actually proposing increasing it by 50% or more from $2,000 to $3,000 and giving it to you monthly as opposed to having to wait. I believe there was also a choice that you could get it all in a one lump sum on your taxes. But again, you have to wait for that till the next tax season. So basically $3,000 per child would be $250 per month per child over the age of 6. And for children under the age of 6, 1 through 5, would actually get $3,600, which is $300 per month. So this was in the outline, I believe, for the third stimulus check package. So it'll be interesting to see if this makes it in there. And again, this is per child. So imagine getting a monthly stimulus check of $250 to $300 per child, basically direct deposited into your account as opposed to getting a tax credit on your taxes way at the end of the year. And they're increasing this by 50 to 75% too. So it's more money in your pocket either way. I will keep you updated. I will have an 11 p.m. video Eastern time tonight, which is 8 p.m. West Coast time. Don't forget, I have those videos coming out every night now. You won't get a notification if you subscribe down below with the bell icon on. You only get the notifications for the 10 a.m., 3 p.m. and 8 p.m. videos each day. So there will be an 11 p.m. Maybe I'll do a question and answer with the most frequently asked questions for you guys to kind of clear.
He's a con artist. Can somebody help me out here? Can somebody help me out here? I need some help. Where did he mention $3,600 stimulus check at? Where did he mention a $3,600 stimulus check? That's what the video was called. He even said at the beginning, hang on to the end, and I'm going to show you a $3,600 stimulus check. So where is the $3,600 stimulus check he was talking about? That's why I call him a con artist. And anybody have an answer? Anybody still here? That man, the number talking, say the same thing every time. I'm surprised he didn't mention the conciliation card. I'm surprised he didn't mention it's 50 Republicans, it's 50 Democrats, and Kamala Harris is the deciding vote as the leader of the Senate. Did y'all hear anything about a $3,600 stimulus check? Where did he say we getting He said $3,600 stimulus check. Where did you hear about a $3,600 stimulus check? David, go sit down, man. Now, for those of you who wasn't paying attention, and I don't blame you, what he's saying is that you could get a $3,000 tax credit if you have a child 5 years or younger. You could get a $3,600 tax credit, or you could have it divided into $300 a month. If you wait till next year, you can get $3,000 or $3,600 per child, or you can take. That's not a stimulus check. That is a tax credit. He said a stimulus check. Nia said, yes, clickbait. Yeah, he clickbaited us. Really? Got us thinking that we're going to get a $3,600 stimulus check, and it's still at $1,400. I don't have no kids, so that didn't benefit. That don't benefit me. I ain't going to hate on somebody that can get the tax credit. I've had to deal with that my whole life. Y'all realize that my child only lived 40 days. So I didn't get no tax credit. Even for her 40 days. I didn't get a tax credit. I didn't get nothing off my taxes. I still paid full, single taxes. Even though I was a father for 40 days, it didn't matter. She was born in late December and died in early February. So she didn't even make it to April 15th. You know. So like I said, the man said $3,600 stimulus check. A stimulus check is something that you can expect to get in a lump sum that you ain't got to pay back and you ain't got to worry about. You getting it $300 a month, or you getting it next year, next April. I mean, I don't consider that a stimulus. That's taxes. That's tax money. That's a tax credit. That's not stimulus. You know. Oh, thank you, guess who? Appreciate that. I'm just saying. He got us thinking that we getting, sometime this month, we getting $3,600. Clickbait. And he always telling you to watch the next video. If your videos are good, people are going to watch them. You keep saying the same thing over and over again and clickbaiting them, people are not going to watch it. I don't understand how come people that got the most views are the ones that's begging you to watch them. Can somebody explain that? Why the people with the most views are begging you to watch them? It's been the whole time. Come watch the video. Come watch the video. Come watch the videos. Uh-oh, they have a man hunting in Houston. They're looking for a woman? What did she do?
It's not a job. It's a career.
I didn't think it was going to be a commercial. They snuck me. As you can see, skip the ad and go.
Approximately 1:42 p.m. today in Montgomery County, we had an officer-involved shooting involving the Texas Department of Public Safety and the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office. At that particular time, at the location of I-45 North, just north of Pruitt, we had a DPS trooper stop a vehicle. It was occupied 2 times, 1 male, 1 female. During the interview, the roadside interview, the suspect driver refused to identify himself, and the female refused to identify herself. DPS trooper requested the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office patrol unit with an APIS to where we could get accurate information on who these individuals were. Montgomery County Sheriff's Office arrived on scene. They complete the identification process using the APIS machine. While waiting, the suspect, male suspect, jumped back in the vehicle and attempted to take off. As he was trying to leave, shots were fired at that vehicle. that vehicle tried to run over the DP or Montgomery County Sheriff's Office deputy. Witnesses say that they saw the vehicle go north, turn around on Rayford, and proceed south. That vehicle is now in law enforcement custody at 1700 City Plaza, and that part is being investigated right now. So we do have the vehicle. The male and the female are still at large. The female is Rebecca Orange, 29-year-old white female. The male is Tyler Goodson, 28-year-old white male. We'll get this out to you and hope that you can put it on your platform so the community will know who these individuals are. He is very dangerous. He has multiple warrants. Both of them have multiple warrants. And so if you run in contact with these people, please don't intervene. Call 911. Let law enforcement do their job. The shooting scene right now is being investigated by the Texas Rangers, the Montgomery County Sheriff's Office, and the District Attorney's Office. That's where we're at right now. I don't have a whole lot of answers. I know you got some questions. I'll try to answer them the best I can.
What was the vehicle initially stopped for?
It was a traffic stop. Anybody else?
What was the infraction they were being pulled over?
One more time, ma'am.
What was the infraction they were being pulled over?
It was a traffic stop. I don't know the exact traffic stop yet.
And what sort of vehicle was it?
It's a 1996 white Chevrolet pickup truck. The female fled on foot. The male driver jumped in the vehicle and took off. Witnesses said that they saw the female walking at the Lexus parking lot. So we're pretty confident we have a perimeter set up. So we want everyone to know there's a large law enforcement presence in this area. Please be careful. And we'll keep you informed on what's going on.
What are the boundaries of the perimeter?
The boundaries of the perimeter are from 45, North 45 Pruitt,
I could have went to the
all
bathroom.
the way to 99 in Hallsworth.
All right, so we
talk about what kind of
we
warrants
got
they
the
had?
gist of it. We got the gist of it. I gotta tell y'all something. These 7.1 headphones. Wait a minute. I just realized something. Do we have it? Hold on a second, y'all. Do we have it? Yeah, there it is right there. Right there. Hold on, more. Pin the taskbar. Okay, shoot. You know, Facts of Life paid for this Dolby Atmos for headphones, and I'm wearing 7.1, so go to products, go to headphones, setup, continue. Okay. What do you mean might not be compatible? Do you want to fight? Audio devices. What do you mean might not be compatible? Play test sound? Yeah. And go to troubleshoot. Okay, hold on. Go back in. Go to open sound settings. It is a device. Hold on. Sound control panel. It is. It's set. Properties. It says spatial sound is not available. All right, hold on a second. Now go back to the Dolby Atmos. Go to continue. Experience now. Go into the settings. It says to enable it. Spatial sound. Well, it's not showing up. It's not showing up. I see it says buy, but we paid for it. So why it's not showing up? Hold on a second. Go back. Set up. Continue. Okay, continue. It says it's ready to use. So why are we going to the setting to say we can't use it? Okay, let's do this then. Let's go to stereo for home theater. Continue. Audio devices. Skip setup. Wait a minute, it's not letting us set it up. Why we can't set it up? It says continue. And it says that it's set up. So why can't we use it? We got it. We paid for it. Why can't we use it? I'm mad now. And why is only DTS showing up? I don't think we can use DTS. Hold on a sec. I don't think we can use that. Install. All right, so I'm trying DTS sound and bound. But I don't understand how come we can't use the regular program. Now, we already paid for the Dolby Atmos. I don't know if we paid for DTS sound and bound. I might try and download the Boom. Oh, Lord, ooh, we got a minute. All right, well, while that's downloading, let's minimize. Yeah, I'm upset with you. We paid for that Dolby Atmos. I don't know why we can't use it. Now, I can download a different driver. It could be the driver, but I'm not happy about that. And like I said, I could get the 5.1 sound card and bring that out. I haven't dug it out yet from moving, but anyway, let's get into something. I can't minimize that, so hit OK. All right, let's see what we can get into, y'all. Sorry about that chat real quick. I'm sorry about that, y'all. I don't understand, y'all. I paid for the, guess who said nice looking couple there. They're going to have matching bracelets soon. Nia said laugh out loud. Let's see what else we can get into here. And then we can get into here. All right. Another carjacking 8 hours ago.
Police are searching for 3 carjacking suspects. They're accused of stalking and spraying their victim with pepper spray. It happened on the 2600 block of South Bancroft Street last Wednesday. Surveillance video shows the 3 women following the victim. After using the pepper spray, they took the victim's car keys and then sped away in the vehicle.
I don't know about y'all. They tried to spray me out of spray right back, and then it would have been some kicks and some punches until I ran out of gas. And you better hope I don't hit you. Because Brodero is lethal.
Extended stay.
News 5 update as we learn more tonight about a deadly domestic shooting yesterday. Investigators say a woman brought a friend with her to kill her daughter's older boyfriend. Now she and that friend are in jail. Cody Long is live now in Pensacola with more on what he's learned today. Cody?
Yeah, Peter, it turns out that this homicide centers around one of the suspects and her daughter's boyfriend. Danny Blackman Jr. was shot and killed just down the street from his home on Lawson Lane in Cantonment. 35-year-old Blackman was dating Don Sluter's 19-year-old daughter, which she wasn't very happy about. So officials say Sluter brought her friend Jonathan Hubbs with her to kill him. Blackman and his girlfriend were leaving their house in a truck. The suspects, Sluter and Hobbs, arrived in an SUV. They met on this dirt road just after 2 p.m. According to the arrest report, Blackman stepped out. So did Sluter. She was screaming at Blackman, and then Hobbs got out and pointed his gun. That's when the girlfriend screamed for him not to shoot. But Hobbs fired several shots at him, then walked over to his body and fired 2 more. This came 2 days after Sluter posted to Facebook, pleading for help finding her daughter, who she said was with Blackman. She said he wasn't a good man and said there might be foul play going on. The only recent felony charge against Blackman was first-degree sexual assault in Baldwin County in 2019. Hobbs has been arrested before for carrying a concealed weapon, trespassing, and criminal mischief. Sluter has not been arrested before in Escambia County. And both of these suspects are in jail right now with no bond. We have a lot more from this arrest report if you go to this story at WKRG.com in the Northwest Florida section. Reporting live in Pensacola, I'm Cody Long, WKRG News 5.
All right, Cody. All right, Cody. If your child wants to date somebody you don't approve of, it's none of your business. This thing's still downloading. That's because we're doing a show. It's downloading slow. But okay, keep on downloading. I should have downloaded Boom. That's what I said. Let's get to the next story here. That's 4 years ago. Why are they showing old stuff? Here we go. Man fires 5 shots through apartment door.
Shots were fired as a fire burned inside an apartment during a dangerous situation in the Bronx. Firefighters first arrived to discover the fire inside a second-floor apartment. Happened at a building on West 183rd Street in the University Heights section of the Bronx just before 1 p.m. Police say an emotionally disturbed man fired 5 gunshots through the front door. No one was struck. We're told that man was taken into custody and is now hospitalized.
I would like to thank everybody that's here in the chat because we got competition on tonight. We got 2 big YouTubers on tonight, and we still maintaining. We are still maintaining our average. Well, we just lost somebody. We ain't seen that.
Orcam Read for people with
Miami Dolphins player arrested, accused of punching his cousin outside a Miami Pizza Hut. Mark Walton facing charges of trespassing and disorderly conduct. Local 10's Andrew Perez live with details. And this is not Walton's first arrest, Andrew.
Not his first, not his second, not his third. Mark Walton, he's arguably a great player, but NFL teams, they don't want to touch this guy because he's had a laundry list of issues right now. This is just his latest that you mentioned in a whole string of arrests here in South Florida.
What'd I tell you?
All smiles in this mugshot. Seems Mark Walton by now is used to getting his picture taken. The former Dolphins star running back and standout in trouble again. He says he felt disrespected over the phone by an employee at this Pizza Hut in Miami Sunday night. Police say he showed up to the business off Northwest 17th Avenue and, according to witnesses, freaked out when he learned his order had been canceled. He was escorted outside where he started banging on windows and pulling doors to get back in. The police report continues saying he fought his own cousin, who was on scene, trying to calm him down and get him to leave. His legal troubles well documented. Here he is leaving jail, accused of beating his girlfriend in 2019.
My boyfriend beat me up.
Your boyfriend beat you up?
Yes.
And had you been drinking or doing any drugs?
No, I'm pregnant.
Several other arrests and mugshots involving weapons and assault. All the issues making NFL teams back off. He was cut by the Bengals and waived by the Dolphins.
So just to be clear, Mark Walton's cousin didn't press charges. He didn't even want to talk to police, but he did need medical attention here on the scene. Walton is charged with the incident unfolding here at the Pizza Hut for disturbing the peace and trespassing. That's the latest here in Miami. I'm Andrew Perez, Local 10 News.
All right, Andrew, thank you. He's wasted space ruined a good football career. It's a shame. Don't understand. People that's doing well ain't never happy. I don't understand it. How could you be doing well and not be happy? I just don't get it. All right, well, this might be some good news.
New information tonight on a man accused of sexually assaulting an EMT as she responded to a fire in the Bronx. The Bronx DA has dropped the charges, releasing new video in the case. Prosecutors say it actually shows an EMT aiding Aaron Cervantes Mejia, who had fallen to the ground after suffering a seizure last week. The EMT had told authorities that the 52-year-old had grabbed her and groped her, but investigators say the evidence shows that Mejia did not have control of his hands during that seizure.
That's crazy. That's just crazy. She charged that man, could have ruined his life. That's 2 weeks ago. All right, we'll check that out. Let's see how our download doing. Did it stop? Well, why did it stop at 148? That's weird. Let me see. How the OBS doing? Are we doing fine? All right, I don't know what's taking that download so long. I should have just downloaded Boom. That's what I should have done. I should have just downloaded Boom. Okay, let's get back here. Trooper lucky to be
Danger on
alive.
duty for an FHP trooper after a driver walked up and suddenly opened fire into the cruiser.
That trooper, who was miraculously not hit, quickly fired back at the suspect. Local 10's Roy Ramos is live in Northeast Miami-Dade with our top story. Roy.
Nicole and Calvin, and this state trooper really is lucky to be alive this evening. It's right here along this street where his vehicle was parked as he worked a construction detail. That's when the man approached him, started opening fire, but his quick thinking prompted him to shoot back, and it's that action that saved his life.
Cell phone video showing a gunman on the ground moments after investigators said he opened fire on a state trooper sitting in a marked cruiser near the intersection of Miami Gardens Drive and West Dixie Highway Wednesday. That trooper returning fire, hitting him before he's seen taking away his gun and placing it on the back of his car.
The subject approached a patrol car and began firing into the patrol vehicle, at which time the trooper immediately responded and returned fire, striking the subject in the roadway.
Bullet holes riddled the driver's side window of the cruiser. The suspect's white car parked in the lanes of traffic just a few feet away. Remarkably, the trooper was not hit in the gunfire.
We just heard some gunshots, and then we ran outside and saw the officer trying to help the subject, so we ran over and helped.
Matthew Cooper said he and his employees rushed over to try and help the suspect after he was shot. A massive response from law enforcement after one of their very own was hit. From above in Sky 10, we watched as the gunman was transported to Aventura Hospital while investigators now work to find out what led up to the shooting. Cooper still trying to comprehend how that trooper was not hit.
Well, I think 4 or 5 bullet holes in his front window.
And to think he wasn't hit.
Yeah. He was in severe shock, as anyone would be. And he was actually just more focused on helping that individual.
And at last check, that suspect was listed in critical but stable condition. As for that state trooper, again, he did not suffer any injuries, but as you can imagine, he was probably very shaken by all of this. The Florida Department of Law Enforcement is now investigating, as they do with any officer-involved shooting. For now, here in Northeast Miami-Dade, Roy Ramos, Local 10 News.
All right, y'all. You know, we show a lot of dumb criminals. We show a lot of dumb criminals, okay? We really show a lot of dumb criminals. But this guy got to be the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. You got to be an idiot. Not only are you in the hospital fighting for your life, guess where you going if you survive? You going to jail. Guess who said he lucky they didn't shoot to kill? I'm dead serious. He's lucky. That's a lose-lose. The prison guard's going to treat you like trash because you tried to shoot an officer. I mean, you in a lose-lose. Even the prisoner's going to laugh at you. How you get off 5 shots and a man sitting in the car and you ain't hit him? How the heck you miss 5 times? Somebody answer the question. How do you miss 5 times? You point blank. How do you miss somebody 5 times? 5 times. I don't understand it. I just don't understand how you miss 5 times. All right, that's our next story right there. Let me check on our download. How's our download going? Are you finished? All right, launch the program. Now, do I got to pay for it? That's the question. Do I got to pay for it? Level up. Well, how do you use it? It says not licensed. Okay, I understand that. I'm not paying no $10. I'm not paying no $10. Let me see. Can we use it? Nope, the spatial sound is off. Are you serious? Well, you can close that now. I don't understand how come we can't use Adobe Atmos. And I deleted all the things, didn't I? All right. Let me play a song real quick, y'all. Give me 1 second. We'll get back to the show in a second. Let me play something real quick. Let's just see what this is. This might be a risk to do this in the middle of the show. Derrick, she on too? Yeah, everybody on. I think I deleted them all. Oh no, they still here. Well, we still got it then. Do we still got it? Anyway, do we still got it? Hopefully we won't have to do a restart because we can't. We're doing the show live. So I'm taking a chance. Uh-oh. Hello, hello, can you hear me? All right, so we're gonna have to restart the computer. But if we get anything that I could use. Then we're gonna have to do a restart. Let me see. Anything pick up? I see Dell Audio. Can we do anything with this Dell Audio? My Doug Farmer says bulletproof glass. But if he was lucky. This ain't telling us nothing. Need to set up all right. Okay. Alrighty, y'all. Sorry about that, y'all. They still won't let us use the Dolby Atmos, though. I might have to do a restart. But let's test it real quick. All right, so I ain't gonna worry myself then. That beat is all right. I don't know if y'all remember the story, but we covered this on the video that we got the 4400 on. Me and Naya did. This is one of the main stories. And days later, Tommy Sotomayor did a video of the same video, and I asked him not to do the story because we already did it, and he did it anyway. Son of a gun. Y'all remember that? Oh, douchebag. I said it. And don't like it, too bad. Uh-oh.
A man has died after his car got stuck in the snow in New Jersey. Investigators say that the man drove into an embankment in a park in Little Ferry. Police say they repeatedly told the driver to stop revving his engine, but he kept pressing the gas. The car soon caught fire, and responders were unable to get the man out. It's unclear why he drove into that spot.
Oh, Lord. Lord, Lord, Lord. All right. That's why I say we need electric cars. All right, how long is this? I got time to go to the bathroom? No.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you so much for watching. I'm Roseanne Haven reporting to you tonight from my home.
And I'm Peter Albrecht. We begin with new developments in a weekend murder in Mobile. Okay. Police are looking for 3 more people in connection to the deadly shooting of Bradley Knoll on Randlett Drive.
That's right. In fact, police have arrested 3 people so far, as you mentioned, Pete, 2 teenage girls and a 23-year-old man. As Brianna Hollis reports, even though these people have been arrested, authorities don't believe any one of those actually pulled the trigger.
That's right. Prosecutors say the 3 of them who have already been arrested were involved in trying to rob the victim of marijuana and other items while he was asleep in his car outside of his home. But the DA's office doesn't think any of those 3 actually shot him to death. This is a photo of that victim, 21-year-old Bradley Knoll. Mobile police say he was found shot to death inside his car on Randlett Drive around 3 a.m. Saturday. The DA's office says he was dating 19-year-old Selena Tisdale, one of the suspects arrested, and that was his connection to the rest of the group. Tisdale, along with 18-year-old Mary Butler and 23-year-old DeMarcus Reynolds, were in court this morning for a bond hearing. Reynolds, believed to just be the getaway driver. Again, neither of these three believed to be the one who pulled the trigger. Now, those three are due back in court for their arraignment on February 9th. A judge gave both of the women, Tisdale and Butler, a $150,000 bond. Reynolds was given a $100,000 bond. If any of them post, they are ordered to remain on house arrest, but at last check, none of them had been released yet. As for the other three suspects, police are investigating. Arrests are expected to come soon. Reporting live from Mobile Police Headquarters, Brianna Hollis, WKRG News 5.
Who's dumb enough to bail them out? Who dumb enough to bail them out? Would you put up $100,000 to get them out? I wouldn't. I think they're stupid. I think they're stupid. That's 4 years ago. I gotta go to the bathroom. Can you give me something long to go to the bathroom? Ain't long enough for me to go to the bathroom. We checked it out 2 hours ago. 3, 2, 1.
Well, we begin tonight talking about the weather, and colder weather is upon us, and it's only going to get worse by the weekend. And that can lead to a bad habit by drivers. Meteorologist Angela Huddy in the Woods Basement System Storm Runner in St. Peters tonight, where cars warming up without drivers led to easy pickings, and needless to say, it is a crime that can be avoided.
We tell you this every year as the temperatures drop. In fact, I told you back on December the 1st that a car left running unattended and unlocked is a quick and easy target. On Tuesday, the St. Peters Police Department reported 7 stolen vehicles from various neighborhoods between 5 and 8 a.m. They were all makes and models, but did have one thing in common.
Every single one of those cars were running and unlocked. And that is a trend that we've seen since the cold weather has started.
During the winter, many drivers are tempted to leave their vehicle running outside while they wait inside. Too many people come back out to find their car is gone.
Groups of people coming into various neighborhoods throughout our region, and they're driving in the neighborhoods, and if they see a car that's warming up, they're dropping the person off, seeing if the car door is unlocked. If it's unlocked, your car is gone.
These thefts happen in all communities, hitting both sides of the river.
Our detectives are working with other detectives because this crime is happening everywhere. Yesterday it was St. Peters. Tomorrow it'll be another city.
St. Peters police continue to investigate the Tuesday thefts.
We've recovered 4 of the vehicles. One of them was recovered immediately, and 3 of them were recovered in the city a few hours later.
We have some bitterly cold temperatures on the way this weekend. So if your vehicle does not have a remote start capability, the best thing to do is to bundle up and wait inside the car while it warms up. Then you can head on your way. Reporting in St. Peters from the Woods Basement System Storm Runner, I'm meteorologist Angela Huddy.
No, ma'am. That doesn't make any sense. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Oh my God, y'all. I didn't know it was that late. Oh my God, it's 2 o'clock in the morning. Oh my goodness. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. All right, y'all. I think that story is stupid, because if you don't want to sit outside while the car's warming up, what you do is you get a spare key. Get a spare key made. Take the spare key and start the car and lock it. Go in the house, do what you got to do. Put your club on, put your alarm on, whatever you got. Go inside and let it warm up. If you got a bunch of kids that ain't doing nothing, make them sit, give them a chair and sit them in front of the window. If you have a storm door, sit somebody that ain't doing nothing, especially with the pandemic. Sit somebody in the doorway with the storm door closed so they don't get cold, and let them watch, or they look out the window. And by the time somebody try to break into the car, you can go out there and put a hole in them. Doesn't that make sense? You gonna tell me it's not worth it to get a spare key, but you're gonna risk leaving your car unlocked while it's running? Anybody, and somebody talk to me, please. Somebody talk to me, please. How am I gonna do the CV numbers at 2 in the morning? Oh man, I didn't know it was that late, y'all.
Mobile police plan to file charges against a woman who defecated inside of a patrol car after a fight downtown. The woman, Christian Kiles, spoke to us on Sunday, telling us she was the victim of the fight that happened Saturday night on Dauphin Street. However, Mobile Police Chief Lawrence Batiste says Kiles intentionally defecated inside the car during her interview, and it's not clear why. The other woman involved in the fight, identified by police as 28-year-old Shantea Presley, was arrested and charged with assault, disorderly conduct, and failure to obey.
That's crazy. All right, y'all. I didn't know it was 2 o'clock in the morning, y'all. I got neighbors. I gotta we're gonna have to cut this show short. I ain't gonna be able to do the CV numbers. I really enjoy that. Maybe I'll come back with a stream in the morning. I appreciate y'all for watching. Sorry, y'all. I didn't realize it was so late. Like I said, I got neighbors. I didn't even realize it was that late. So already, y'all, let me get ready to get out of here. I see y'all tomorrow. Hopefully they bring our chair and our 200-watt light bulb tomorrow. Hopefully. And I'd like to thank y'all for watching the show. Like I said, it's other people on, so I appreciate y'all for spending time with me. And I will see y'all tomorrow. I'll be on earlier. And I'm sorry, y'all, for coming on so late. I didn't realize that it was 2 in the morning and we still doing the show. Like I said, it's a lot of seniors on this floor. I'm the there's young folk downstairs, but it's a lot of seniors on this floor, and I got a senior under me. So I gotta be respectful. So I appreciate y'all for watching the show. I hope y'all have a good night. I hope y'all enjoyed yourselves. I hope y'all enjoyed the weird topic. Shout out to Chung Lee for that topic, and I tried to bring it to y'all the best I could. I don't know nothing about no simulated realities, but I just tried to use common sense and just tried to break it down for y'all. And hopefully that new light, y'all see the shadow? It's because of the cap. See, you don't see it when I raise the cap up. I put the light higher, but I still got the same shadow. But anyway, hopefully we'll have this fixed tomorrow. Hopefully we'll have the new chair. Gotta see how fast I can put it together. I might actually shoot a video of me putting it together. Might actually shoot a video. Y'all can laugh at me. So y'all have a great night, and I will see y'all tomorrow. And it's making my teeth look funny. My teeth are white. We had to figure out something about that. It's making my teeth look funny. All right, y'all. I'll see y'all tomorrow. Y'all have a great night, and thanks for watching. And I will see y'all later on today. As Nia will say, I'll see you soon. As I say, I'll see you later on today. Hope y'all are here. Appreciate you for watching, and y'all have a